7 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new hour, brand new day is upon us, and we thank you so much for being with us. Bible study live today, noon Central. That is something that you want to mark down. Make sure that you are ready for today. Also, the Wheel of Meat could spin at any time. It has not done so. You know, Valentine's Day is Sunday, so don't let that sneak up on you. That's all I'm going to say. Don't let that sneak up on you. It is a busy show on tap. A lot of things out there that we can surf around and talk about, plus some personal stories that we need to kind of unfold, unpack, and we'll do that this hour as well. It is the kickoff hour. If you're new to this hour, we basically kick things off for the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba told management we just can't get up any earlier. We just can't do it, and so they looked to the kickoff hour Good Time Gang and said, could y'all do it? And we're like, well, yeah, I guess. And we keep showing up, and they keep letting us on air. And so I'm Speedy alongside Greg Burgess, Michael Helms, Eddie Van Adler. We're called the Good Time Gang. And for this hour, we just get them ready and then hand it over to the main show next hour. But welcome in, boys. How are y'all? You good? Everybody fired up?
I'm good. I'm concerned, but I'm good.
You're concerned?
I'm concerned.
What are you concerned about?
So we've talked about sleep positions and different things in regards to, because sleep's precious to us. We get up early and we have busy days, and so we try to manage our sleep appropriately. And we've talked about, you know, the different styles that we all have: sleeping on back, sleeping on stomach, sleeping on sides.
Didn't know where to start with this.
But I don't think we've ever discussed which particular side when you sleep on your side. And it occurred to me, I don't know, the last
flip-flop.
All right, so I thought I kind of thought that too, but it started hitting me. You don't really sleep unless you're on your right side. Why is that? Like, you'll flip and go to the left.
Yeah, but I'm majority on the right.
But I'm majority right side, and so I thought there's got to be something to this.
I flip early, and then
That's
yeah, well,
me.
I flip on my left,
Yeah,
and that kind of gets me ready, and then I'll flip to my right, and I'm out.
All right, so
are you left, right?
Exact same thing.
So I'm the same way. And so I thought there's got to be something to this. Like, why
Did you Google
why
that?
when I sleep on my right side do I actually sleep? What's the deal? Why can I only go to sleep on my right side? Because there'll be many times where I feel more comfortable on my left, but I can't go to sleep. But I roll over to the right, and I'm out. Well, it's not good for you. It's not good for your heart.
Sleeping on your side?
Sleeping on your right side.
You're right. That's
People
it?
been doing that forever.
I don't believe that.
Well, I'm just telling you, I've looked it up.
I'd like to know how you study that.
I've looked at studies. I've looked at, I'm just telling you. It says that there's several articles out because, and by the way, when I Googled sleeping, this is what I Googled, can only sleep, and it finished it for me on my right side. And I thought, well, that's
really?
weird. Somebody else has Googled that already.
Oh, wow.
Did it say in a shirt?
It says this: avoid the right side. It may be the best idea, especially for your heart. And it starts talking about the way your organs are when you're sleeping on your left versus right.
Wow.
The pressure of your body smashes up against the blood vessels that return to your ticker.
Oh, the old Tigger.
And so that doesn't happen when you're on your left, but when you're on your right, that's what's going on. They also say,
Greg, you need to pay attention. I can tell you don't like this.
They also say that may be why you're going to sleep, because things are not working.
Well, I can tell you, I've fallen asleep on my left. Sometimes I just want to reposition. It's not that I have to be a certain.
On my left.
Yeah, but that's interesting.
Having a preference for a left-sided sleeping position is better for your heart function. Position of the heart works efficiently and more restfully since the biggest workload is taking off of it because of gravity.
He's giving that look, Helmsy. He doesn't believe this.
Greg, this is not me. These are people that study sleep.
At this point, what am I going to do?
Well, that kind of that was my concern this morning. I thought, I've been doing this all my life. I've tore my heart up.
Well, no wonder. Yeah. Maybe that's why you got asthma.
Should I start trying to sleep on my left side? Like, really give it a go?
I don't know what's wrong with me. Terry can sleep.
I'm not.
Terry can sleep like on her back and not move all night. And I've tried that, but I thought like something's getting me. I don't feel right.
I can't sleep on my back.
I
can
don't
doze
know why.
on my back.
I'm concerned.
Doze.
One Eddie Van Adler has joined us.
I thought you were going to mention too about sleeping on your left side, the setup with your stomach.
The acid reflux.
Yes.
I was getting. That was my next.
So left
People
side
have
is
to
acid
elevate
reflux?
themselves
Same
and all.
thing, yeah. So evidently it's good for your heart if you sleep on your left side, and it's good for your heartburn
Yes.
if you sleep on your left side.
So I got to be a lefty. I've got to change things up.
If you want to be healthier,
I'm on flip flop like I always.
See,
according to this.
All right, so this y'all going to
according to many studies. I mean, this is not just something that I randomly picked all. There's a bunch of stuff out there about this.
Is there like each side of your shoulder? Like for some reason, I did something to my shoulder, and it's been a minute. I mean, it's been a while. So, but when I put pressure on my left side, it's like, but that hurts. So I go to my right side.
See?
So I got to figure out my left side. I got to figure it out.
Well, with the side of the bed that I sleep on, I'm going to be snoring in my wife's ear if I sleep on my left side.
That's what I'm saying.
I face
I'm
away
saying
because I want to be able to breathe real good out of my mouth. You know.
Yeah. Do you?
She puts up a pillow wall sometimes. I'll wake up and there's just a pillow right in front of my face. Yes.
So do you snore or do you just a hard breather?
Well, both. I think.
Okay.
And my sinuses are so messed up. I got to flip flop all night long just so I can breathe out of my nose.
Wow.
But then it's messing your GERD up. GERD. That's what acid reflux is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You just like saying GERD.
They actually mention the word GERD in these stories.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I know
I
don't know that word.
I know a lot of stuff.
You like saying it.
GERD. I know like curd, like cheese curds. Does it have to do with cheese curds?
It's the same thing.
Oh, okay. Good.
All right.
They say to
I gotta figure this
completely,
out.
I think this is you.
What?
Completely avoid the stomach.
No, I love to sleep on the stomach.
Why they put you on the stomach? I heard with COVID-19, that's where they're putting everybody.
Listen.
Yeah, well,
They're putting everybody on the
stomach.
That's when your lungs.
Well, they say it
It's
helps
trying to
you.
keep you
Do
from
you
dying.
have COVID-19?
Well, they say it helps
We're
them-
not talking about
I'm just saying it. They say
Are
it
you
helps
on a
them.
ventilator?
They say that it helps them breathe. So
Yeah.
I sleep on
so
my
why how's
stomach.
it bad for you then?
But that's if you have COVID-19.
But no, that's good for your lungs. They said to help you breathe.
If your lungs
That's
are
what
damaged.
they said.
If there, yes.
Well, if it's a damaged lung, shouldn't it be good for a good lung?
I don't know. Good point.
No.
Well, then,
No.
then
Different.
take your hands out of your pocket.
Different. Avoid the stomach. Stomach sleepers tend to put more pressure on their muscles and joints,
Well, I
which
get
can
that.
lead to aches, nerve issues, and numbness.
Oh,
No, I
whatever.
get that.
for your
You're
back.
bad.
Whatever.
It's bad,
bad
but that's
Who
the
did
way
this
I,
study?
That's the way I sleep, though.
It's bad for your back, Greg.
I can't sleep on my
Try
back.
putting
I'm
a
concerned.
pillow underneath your
Oh,
hips.
yeah, that's great. Let me sleep on a mountain.
Who made?
I want you to do it tonight, Greg. Put a pillow under your hips. It's good for your back.
Oh.
So this study's our daddy.
And
we're
it says
we're gonna
it says
just believe everything about
the
this
back
I'm
is
54,
still
I'm
the
not
best
changing.
position. The back is
I
still the
can't
best
sleep
position.
except for
can't
the
sleep.
fact that I can't sleep.
I can't sleep. Because
I
my,
know.
my eyes stay open. I have to have like fabric from the pillow pushing on
Yes,
one of my
yeah,
eyes
yeah.
to sleep.
If I'm on my back, I'll
Wow,
get to
we're
that.
alike.
I'll get to that first level of sleep when you're not asleep,
Yes.
but you're kind of asleep.
Yes.
That's as good as I
Yeah,
can
and
get.
then roll.
Yeah, I've never been on my back and wake up and go, oh, that was a good night's sleep.
I know.
on my
When I'm
back.
down going, I'm on my back. I'm on my back.
I
I'm
think
on my
I would
back.
like to sleep on my back if I could.
And I wake up doing this.
What's that?
Can't
all
breathe. I can't breathe on my
Good
back.
night.
I think my tongue is too big and it slips down
You're like
and blocks
You
my
start to
throat
swallow your
like a
tongue?
trap door or something. Yes, I've got a weird tongue.
My goodness.
there you
I haven't told y'all
All
this. I haven't told y'all this.
Didn't know that.
And I would appreciate it if you didn't hold it against me.
You struggle with a weird tongue.
Yes.
Look, y'all do what you want to with this information. I'm concerned about my heart, and I'm concerned about your nerve issues.
Yeah, well, I do like to sleep on my stomach. But then I just flip my head different ways.
Yeah, I'm a side guy. I don't never go to my. I don't think
I'm
I
a
never go to my
side guy
son
too,
grave.
but now I'm concerned. I've been on the wrong side the whole time.
Well, I am. I'm a wrong side guy. Is what I am.
Well, it's too late to change now.
Is it?
Yeah,
You think the damage is done?
damage is done.
That heart thing is interesting.
Yeah.
That got you.
So
tore up.
gravity makes it easy. Okay.
That got you scared there,
I'm a
little sweet.
little bit scared, Greg.
Okay.
It bothers me a
I
little
need to
bit.
start sleeping on my left side for my heartburn. My goodness, I had a ton
Ooh,
of
GERD.
I had a ton of wings. I made wings for the Super Bowl. I made some mega wings too, by the way.
Ooh,
That's
look
when
at
take,
you.
That's when you take a drumstick and you just cook it
Oh,
like a
yeah.
wing.
Uh-huh.
So you got a
Big-
mega wing.
Big zombie
Yeah.
dog.
I woke up at like 1:15 heartburn.
Oh, sure you did. Yeah.
Sad.
Been sleeping on
Yeah,
your other
you know,
side.
with the wings woke you up and said,
Hey, did you have fun earlier?
"Yeah, was I good?
Wish the game was
Ooh,
better.
dipped it in ranch too.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? You should have been sleeping on your left side.
That's right. Let's go to the bathroom, buddy.
You should have listened to Helmsy.
We want out."
I'm just concerned.
Yeah. Hey, can y'all fall asleep spooning your wife?
No.
Absolutely
no,
not.
I can't.
I just caught off guard by you.
My
bro.
arm
No,
always.
the way
my
you
arm,
said it's weird, but
my
no.
arm, my arm always falls asleep.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try.
I bet when I'm sleeping, I really don't want any contact
no.
at all.
I
I need a
think
barrier.
Terry and I are both the same way. It's like we can start to doze off, but when it's sleep time, we just separate.
You good night?
Yeah, I can't sleep because, it's hard to sleep like that.
Yeah, it is. Adler.
Because,
Rick and Bubba.
In every relationship, there's a short list of forgivable offenses, but missing the most romantic day of the year isn't one of them.
All right, 23 minutes past the hour. I did the what if, you know? Hey, what if I do? And I said, I'm talking about just getting after it. All right, we are rolling back 23 minutes after the hour. All right, so today's National Umbrella Day, which I've got to ask the question. Do y'all ever use umbrellas?
Rarely.
I don't.
If Lisa's with me, we'll pull an umbrella out. But I normally don't. Now, if I do, it's got to be, a downpour.
Yeah.
Keep one in the car spring and summer.
I got them in the car
Yeah.
if needed. And again, it's severe because here's what I'm going to do. Wherever I'm going, I'm going to end up leaving it there. If it stopped raining when I've left, I'll always forget it and leave it at the door. Always. But I have a bunch of them little short ones.
Yeah.
I am just everywhere. But I rarely use them.
Yeah, I
never use them for the sun. I know some people do that. I have
at a ball
that
game
guy.
one time.
I've never that guy. Probably should be that guy, but I just don't.
Yeah, well, I feel like
I'd like to see you have a walking cane.
Well, it's probably coming sooner than
No,
later.
I'm not that you need it. Just walk with it in your hand like you're sharp. You know what I'm talking about?
Especially if I keep sleeping on my right side.
That's right. Just as an accessory.
I feel like I'll
Be
lose my
snazzy.
man card if I use an umbrella for the sun, so I've never done it, but I've wanted to.
I've
before.
climbed down at a ball game one
Yeah.
time. Lisa
So we
had it up, and I thought, hey, let me have some of that shade. It's hot.
You said what
here.
now?
The shade. It's
Uh-huh.
hot out here. Nothing more miserable than being at a ball game.
Right.
That heat just beaming. down.
So we've got them by the door and in all the cars, but I don't really see anybody ever using them.
Yeah.
They just there they are.
Do you like to push the button, make it go?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. I scare the dogs with.
Remember the old-fashioned ones? You had to push the little thing down and slide it up. Now, pretty much they've just gone to hit the button.
Right.
Yeah. And I've never had bad luck by opening one indoors. You hear that
No, I
all the
hadn't
time.
either. I've walked under a few ladders.
man.
I walked under a few ladders too. No problem.
Careful.
I'm just saying.
All right, so I got.
What about them upside down umbrellas?
Weird.
What do you think of them? The ones that are.
Yeah.
Seemed like Rob was selling them one time. Rob the Coke man. He was selling umbrellas, I think.
You
just made that
No,
up.
I call Rob if you're listening. I really think he was.
Hey,
He was selling
Are
upside
you
down
saying that
umbrellas.
it would catch the water?
No, it's the way they fold. They fold that way.
Oh, okay. All right, I got
How
you.
they fold? Do it again. Okay.
What's
Instead
the
of like,
purpose?
I
What's the
forget.
purpose of that?
I forget.
Well, you ain't got to get
I
mad.
think it's probably just to shake the water off that way at the other
I
end
can't remember the
versus
advantage of them, but they were
versus it coming in on your hand. And
they
maybe
were like some kind of craze.
I didn't even know that
You
that
can get them
existed.
from Rob. There it is.
Oh, there. Yeah. Thank you, Adler.
Well, that makes
There it is.
perfect sense actually when you look at it like that.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
You wonder why the first guy that made it didn't come up with that.
I'm gonna ask Rob next time I see him.
You had him selling them.
He did. I'm telling you.
You can have that in a Yup for $19.95.
I am telling you. If Rob
We'll throw in a
listened,
body
call.
armor for $4 more.
So I got a little. How about this? What do y'all think about this?
Oh God.
I got a little bit of
Here we
audio.
go.
I want to see if y'all can. Oh yeah, Adler. I know that's a big handle. Trying to close it. Oh, there we go.
See,
that's nice.
I like that.
And it keeps all the water. It knocks it out.
So
Great.
it,
Look at
it
there. Oh,
performs
yeah.
like a regular umbrella, but when you go to close it, it closes the backwards.
Yeah, that's what Rob said.
See if
y'all
y'all
think I'm making that up, but I'm not.
see if y'all know what this is. Hey, what y'all think about this?
Sounds like Adler.
That's an upset
Adler,
baby.
I DM'd you this on Twitter. If you want to show the
A
guys
baby's
what
doing
this is.
something that's upsetting it, and everybody thinks it's funny.
And that's what you think it is?
Or is the baby actually having a good time because they're laughing?
No,
That's what you think? It's actually a baby and a goat.
oh wow, which
both
one's?
doing
Both
it.
hollering.
So can you tell which one's the baby?
Oh, my. How about that?
That's hilarious.
Which one's the goat?
That one. Well, obviously, what I'm looking at.
The goat sounds more like the baby.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah. First one's the goat. There's the baby. There's the goat.
Wow.
There's the baby.
I'm like you, Hams. I think actually they sound the opposite.
Yeah. How about that?
How about that goat? I don't have to listen to that.
Yeah. That'd be my love. That'd be the goat. Kind of like with my dog experiences. That'd be the goat I got.
Yeah.
That's what I'd have
Yeah.
to hear the whole
I
time.
wish when you got excited, that's the noise you made.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah. Like when you got real excited, all of a sudden you went, That'd be funny, I think.
Yeah, I just hope I didn't get
Speaking
excited.
of, you got another one over
Are
there?
you excited, Greg? Oh. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wish we had a goat we could just bring it in, let it scream, and then put it back out.
Yes.
Just use it at certain times.
Look, the baby goats, there's nothing. I mean,
yeah.
they're just awesome.
They are.
And then what do you do with them?
Then they grow up and get nasty. But
What is the benefit of having like little baby goats running around?
Baby goats?
Mm-hmm.
Or just goats?
Just
keep your yard knocked down.
Goats in general, but I mean, just a slew of little baby goats everywhere.
If you like goat milk, and make some goat cheese.
Well, so you did the I'm gonna look off like I'm smart.
You did, by the way. You kind of crossed your arms.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to goat milk?
Well, I'll tell you what.
If you'd have been in a rocking chair, you'd have leaned back.
But yeah, I would.
Yeah. Do what, Greg? Oh, you excited?
But I'm just saying.
Yeah. So that's
you're right though. They'll eat anything.
Yeah.
A lot of people do put them out to clear out weeds. Yeah. Some people just like having them.
Yeah.
Old Billy's nasty though.
Yeah.
The males, once they grow up, that's a nasty little fella.
I saw the Andy Griffith episode yesterday where the one ate the dynamite.
Oh, I love that.
That's a good one.
I love that.
That's a good one.
He played that harmonica to get him to leave town. Let him out on a leash.
Like a Pied Piper.
I ran up on one of the episodes the other night where they were at like a high school class reunion, and they were working the punch. And Barney had the annual, and every time somebody came, he'd turn around and try to find their name, and he kept saying the wrong. He'd feed it to Andy, and it was the wrong name.
Andy's old girlfriend showed up, wanting to move to the big city.
Yeah, and then they realized why they broke up.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll take a break.
Ramona Wiley did not remember Barney at all.
At all.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We're just kind of sitting out, hanging around, just doing our own little thing here during the kickoff hour and shooting the bull here. Well, the Super Bowl 55 ratings are in, and they're not good. They say it crashed to the lowest level since 1969, least watched Super Bowl since 2006.
That's surprising.
Yeah.
I mean, because of the Brady angle and all that.
But there's another story that said CBS announced that their digital streaming was up. So, it's just a weird little look here, but a couple of stories about the ratings. They've come in and
in the day of shutdowns and entertainment, to me, on the low end, there's not a whole lot of choices because of what we're going through right now. What else you going to watch on Sunday night when the Super Bowl's on?
I know.
Have you just done away with your TV?
Well, I think there's a lot of people that probably just aren't into sports or it doesn't intrigue them, But here's what's so weird. The number one market as far as viewership was Kansas City. The number two was Boston because of Tom Brady and Gronkowski, which is weird because it's almost like they just – I don't know. They felt left out. I guess it's like well, there's our guys. Yeah. Well, it is a big sports town too. But,
it is.
Well, and to be honest, I don't give sports a whole lot these days, hardly at all, to be honest. But I still watch that. It's the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I didn't watch hardly any NFL games during the season. I would keep up with who won, maybe, but it's the Super Bowl. It's more just because for the event itself.
Well, according to the news, it's viewership plunged to the lowest in 15 years, and it says that post worst rating since 1969, and then in 15 years they hadn't had this lower viewership. But then again, you find another story, and they're like, but the digital, streaming was a little up on different options. So
there's still a bunch of people watched it.
Yeah.
Tell you that much.
Sure. Go ahead.
Speaking of Super Bowl, the Super Bowl and Tom Brady and, hey, I'm 43 and I've won another one has brought a lot of discussion here at the show about Bubba, and he's trying to do a bit better.
Yeah,
we are making adjustments as the Good Time Gang. Yesterday,
I just saw him. He had a handful of kale.
Yesterday we changed directions on something that we're doing for breakfast, and I wanted to ask Greg what he thought about it. So
I liked it.
It didn't fill you up, did it?
It did more than I thought it would.
Calm down.
But
so he had
my goal was to do a smoothie every other day.
Okay.
And then maybe rotate it with my breakfast.
So you had a super fruit smoothie.
It was really good.
And
wished it was twice the size it was.
That's the thing. So
of course, that kind of defeats the purpose, Greg.
Well, not necessarily. What you could do is, I think the two observations from you yesterday, and one of them I struggle with, but I have to continue to tell myself, you drank it too fast.
I can't help it.
You went through it. You went through it so quick, and it was over.
And let something.
Well, Helmsy, you're like
I can't leave it alone.
You're a sipper. I mean, you're sipping that spark. Drink it.
But here's the thing.
I overdo it.
For instance, with the smoothie, when you're just
with
basically sip, you take it about an hour, then you'll be full longer. That's
no
kind of my
way
mindset.
I could stretch that out to an hour.
That's like eating a candy bar slow.
I
can't do that. I mean,
you peel the top off and just stick your tongue in it and then put the top back on it? There's no way you can make that last an hour.
How do I do it?
Right.
Well, so I was concerned yesterday.
Somebody didn't have the volume down.
I ain't got to have it like a drip.
I want
to drink it.
I was concerned yesterday that one, it wouldn't fill you up.
It was delicious.
And two, I didn't know if you liked that super fruit.
Did you use the word delicious?
It was delicious.
It was so delicious.
It was delicious. Son of a gun.
It just made me so happy.
No, it was good. I'll be honest, it filled me up more than I thought it would. I mean, I wasn't like full. Yeah. I may get another one today. I don't know. I don't want one of them green ones.
Here's what I think we should do. And Speedy, I'm trying to pull you into this world too. And but I think what we ought to do, Greg, is get one and then get another one and split it later on in the show.
How do you split it?
What do you mean? How do you split it?
What are you going to
pour half of it
into
I thought y'all can each get a straw.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Well, you could put it. You know what y'all could do? Y'all could put it right there in between. Just both take turns leaning over and taking a little sip.
Of course, he would be too slow about it.
I
would end up drinking all of it.
I know. 'Cause you're talking about Mr.
You
Sip.
can't stretch that over an hour.
I can't watch.
It'll melt.
Hide and watch.
It'll melt.
No, it won't.
In between sips, that's all I would think about.
That's all I did. I kept staring at it. And then I'd go.
It's like a dog looking at its bone, and when you say don't touch it, he's looking at it the whole time.
That's the way I did. Like I said, I liked it though. I may do it. I don't know. I may get food today. I don't know.
All right. I just wondered.
It's in the mix though. I like it.
And there's other ones that I think you'd like. And I ordered.
I picked one.
I ordered an extra one yesterday. I ordered a strawberry one because I knew you would like that. I was afraid you wouldn't. I didn't want your first smoothie day to go. You'd be like, man, I'm done with that. I don't like it. I messed up. I'm going back to this.
No, I liked it. I got to looking at that. What was it? Blueberry peach with almond milk.
Do you hear what's
I
coming
got
out
to
of his
looking at
mouth?
that one and thought I might try that. It was the lowest calorie one, which means it's going to suck.
Yeah. Okay.
It is. You know it is.
Which reminded me, I forgot to bring something into the show today. I got to do that tomorrow. Just a little bit of, especially because I mean, we're all trying to do better. Now, here goes again.
I'm
He's sipping on
disappointed in the show.
I know. I like what I'm doing. I really do, especially if I throw the bread out. I mean, because that's not bad.
Y'all hearing this conversation we're having?
I know.
We're gonna have to stop.
We need to stop. The show has flipped.
I just
this
simply
show was
asked,
built on fried food.
I know.
And a lot of it.
I know. But Greg, we're older now.
Whatever we're doing, we need to shut up about it. We sound like a bunch of frou-frou.
I know. Well, you're over there. You're the one ordering little stuff.
I know. I'm guilty.
You need to go back
I'm gonna continue doing it. But I'm done talking about it.
Go back to the traditional breakfast.
I'm done talking about it.
I did mention yesterday that I could also.
We sound like a bunch of metro.
Careful.
I said yesterday. I said we could, if it's not filling us up, we could just order a side of bacon.
Here we go.
And nibble on that after our smoothies. And the beef jerky that the gentleman brought yesterday from Buc-ee's was a huge hit.
Yeah. Thanks,
we were
Jeff.
able to eat a couple pieces of that to get me through to lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing like good old beef jerky.
All right, I'm done. I just want to know how your smoothie experience went. That's all I
enjoyed it. Wished it was bigger, but I enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is kind of small.
And that's the only size they have.
You're right. I mean, but how about this, Speedy? You don't need a real big one. That's the whole method.
Yeah. Plus, it'll melt.
They don't want you to.
Yeah.
Well, it'll melt if you sip on it for 2 hours. But if you're either one of us, it's gone.
Speaking of breakfast, we got rid of Aunt Jemima.
Yes, I've heard.
I loved Aunt Jemima. She smiled.
We didn't get rid of the product. We got rid of the name.
Well, we did. I love seeing her smile at me. I mean, and as I dump it on my pancakes.
Yeah.
Well, they've changed it. Guess what it's called now? When you look at the jar,
so this is what they're going with. They took the name.
Yes, and then you got the self-rising pancakes are now called Pearl Milling Company.
Who's Pearl Milling?
I don't know. They said this Pearl Milling came from the 1880s. It was the first ready-mix pancake flour before Aunt Jemima.
I hope they did some research.
But then
make sure.
Yeah, I don't know yet.
Offend anybody?
Yeah, they may. I don't know if one of them used it wasn't gender neutral or something. I don't know, but it's hard to offend anybody with that name. In fact, it's kind of boring. Aunt Jemima reached out when I thought about a pancake, and I said, Aunt Jemima, if she's making that pancake or that syrup, man, I bet it's good. Pearl Milling Company. Hey, Greg, who made your pancake and your syrup? Pearl Milling Company.
See, it
doesn't have the same effect.
It doesn't.
You know why? That's the reason they used to call it Aunt Jemima, because it was
Yeah.
a better product name, and it was a good campaign, and the world's a better place now, though. The Pearl Milling Company's back. Thank God for that.
I'm a log
Aunt
cabin
Jemima
guy.
stuck around. That's a good one.
Yes, it
That's
is.
that's our
yes,
go-to.
it is.
That's a good one.
Number one. I got another ridiculous story for you. A university has canceled an event for whites to process their complicity in unjust systems after the backlash. So basically, here's what it is. Elon University in North Carolina says the event was canceled because it was whites only, but the event was for whites.
But it was actually to teach white people how to
Yes, it was
act better and recognize their whiteness.
Correct.
But
basically, we're going to coach whites on how to act and how they should feel. But somebody complained because only whites were there, so it was canceled.
So it was just for white people.
Right.
Now, if those are the people that you're trying to reach, then now, first of all, when I thought, well, good, that's a dumb event anyway.
Right.
The whole thing. But no. That's not why they canceled. They canceled it because the white training was only going to include white people.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, let me ask you this: if you're training, now I'm not saying I agree with this, situation here, but what I'm saying is, but let's say this legit, and I got to train white people. Well, there's no reason for me to invite a minority because I'm training white people.
Right.
Right. Let's say I was going to train Indians.
Right.
To not scalp people anymore and all that.
Yeah.
Only people invited would have been Indians.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
That would
somebody
make sense.
but somebody would have complained, "Oh, it's only yes, that's what's happened."
So we're trying to make white people better for whatever reason. And then do that, we're going to have to invite a bunch of white people.
Right.
But actually we can't have it because you're only inviting a bunch of white people.
Right. White caucuses.
Y'all got that?
Here's
anybody confused?
I don't know.
We can't even decide. As ridiculous as this stuff is, we can't even decide who to train, why to train. Well, wait a minute now. I know we're training whites, but we're excluding minorities from being because it's not for them. If you believe in this mess,
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, sounds to me like they've got it all worked out.
The Young Americans Foundation Tuesday revealed the White Caucuses event, publishing an email that specified the event was intended for white and white identifying individuals to
we got
speak
people
openly.
Now.
Yeah.
No. We're not there yet.
I know.
Remember, you can identify as an opposite gender.
Right.
But you can't identify as another race. We've done determined that right now. Ask Alec Baldwin and his wife.
That's right. So it's in the email, it says white caucuses give white people a space to learn about and process their awareness of and complicity in unjust systems without harming their friends of color.
Okay, so that was their goal, and in order to do that, you're trying to change white people.
Correct.
But,
so the
but
whites
you can't
were
have it because you're only inviting white people.
Right. So the whites were invited, but then somebody found out about it and complained because only whites were coming or going to be invited.
Well, if you believe that, that's who's supposed to, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Got it. Well, hey, I'm glad they're getting all this worked out.
Yeah, like
it's not confusing at all.
Not at all.
Hey, guys, I got bad news for you. If you play by those rules, you ain't going to get nothing done.
No.
You ain't going to have not one white. You better take the white caucus and just wad it up.
Yeah.
I can't muster up an ounce of care for any
Exactly.
of that.
Because first of all,
for any of that.
the event itself is ridiculous.
Sure it is.
But it's funny how it's turned around and bit itself right in this big old A.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes until top of the hour. Welcome in. It's the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. We're live. This portion of the show brought to you by MyPillow. You know, MyPillow is now offering some great Valentine's gifts. If you are one of those last-minute shoppers and you're not sure what to do, let me suggest going to MyPillow.com. They've got some great pajama sets going on, some big specials happening, 30% off with promo code Bubba. These new products are in addition to all of their great items that they already offer and have been offering, like their bathrobes, towels, sheets, pillows, mattress toppers, and even more. They even now have their children's Bible story pillows that are now 50% off with promo code Bubba. So to unlock these great savings at MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square and then use special promo code Bubba for those discounts and enjoy. And like I said, get something for yourself, your family, or if it's a Valentine's gift, head on over to MyPillow.com. You want to go in this order: radio listener square, then special promo code Bubba to unlock those savings. And don't forget, all the products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. That's MyPillow.com. Click on radio listeners, then use promo code Bubba. Or you can always find a link at rickandbubba.com to navigate to mypillow.com. All right, so as we hop back, we've been talking about a number of different things in the break. We've been talking.
Helms has got a new gig.
Updating you on a lot of things.
Greg, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's so good, Greg. Thank you for that. So when do you start?
Can't share anything with y'all.
Yeah.
Can't share anything.
I didn't know you love. No, I almost said it. I do want to.
It's a bip, and I'll work through.
Did you see his face?
Yes. I guarantee you.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So, well, you got kids.
I got time for that.
Well, you got kids go to the school. I mean,
He's going too far with it. He's going way too far.
Okay. Stop. Okay.
Okay.
Well, buddy, y'all do it to me all the time. It's fun on that side, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. Are you okay today?
Huh?
Well, I know you got a man crush on Colin Cowherd. You know, it's been discussed.
I like his show.
If he was to stop with,
I don't listen to it and watch it as much as I used to, but I do like the way he does his show.
You like him. If he was asked to do this, he probably would.
I would like to see. I always bring
probably
this up.
so.
I want him to pull the audio of Cowherd when he was saying how Gus Malzahn was going to own Nick Saban. You know, when they beat him that win, he said, "This is the changing of the guard."
Yeah,
and he went on this big rant.
You know, he does.
He's wrong.
He does a segment.
So, Greg, don't criticize him.
Well, to Greg's point,
here we go.
because I didn't know he had done that, and he does a segment called "Where Colin Was Right and Where Colin Was Wrong." He basically calls himself. He gives himself a little kudos, and he calls himself out. And that was one of the things he said where I was wrong. He was fully convinced that
We've all done
Malzahn would be the guy.
I was wrong about Tom Brady this year. I thought, I see he's done. They wouldn't let him go if he wasn't done.
Right.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Do you ever look in the mirror and go like, "I'm Colin"?
No.
Okay.
No. I do like the way he does his show. I don't agree with Colin, but about 50% of the time.
Well, you know the way.
But I always feel like I leave educated. And it's thought provoking the way he brings things to the table. On
a serious note, he revealed in a video post on Instagram that he was rushed to the hospital Saturday night after experiencing a sharp pain on the right side of his chest. Then you start to think, well, what size does he sleep on?
Yeah, you do.
Oh, it all goes together.
Tests were negative for COVID-19, but the X-ray revealed. And he's 57, by the way. He had a small blood clot in his lung.
That's very dangerous.
It's very dangerous. And he talked about in the post how scary it was. He's awaiting some of the results, at least when this was printed, which was late last night, close to midnight. That's the latest update. He's awaiting the blood work to help determine the cause of the clot. But he's thanking everybody, all the well-wishers and stuff, because he missed his show on Fox Sports yesterday. But that's the update. The herd with Colin Cowherd is missing Colin right now because he's trying to figure out why he's got a blood clot in his right lung.
There he is, right there.
Yeah. That's him talking yesterday.
That's a dangerous situation.
Yeah, it is. And
I hate that.
Yeah.
You remember when Phyllis on the Feinbaum show gets mad at him and calls him cow turd?
Yes, I knew that would come up at some point.
Here he is. Here.
Many of you have inquired.
Oh, cold.
And wondered why I wasn't
Greg,
on the show
his lungs.
on
He's a little
Tuesday
cold.
after the Super Bowl, which is obviously as big a days as I have as a broadcaster. So I thought, I needed to come front and center with what happened Saturday night. I was having dinner with my wife and had a sharp pain under my right pec. I knew it wasn't my heart; it was my right side.
Correct.
But it was the most pain I think I've ever been in. I called a friend, Mike Zizlis. 4 minutes later, his car swooped in front of the restaurant, grabbed me. We ran through a few red lights and got to the emergency room at Torrance Memorial. From there, thinking it was COVID, I was rushed to the emergency room in incredible pain. And I was tested for COVID. It wasn't COVID. I was put up into a room and was pretty much knocked out with morphine, a narcotic, for about 16 to 18 hours.
And then Helmsy called me and everything was fine. And I think you ought to do the show, Helmsy.
Yeah. You got the talent.
You talking about stepping up now. Goodness.
You've got enough red pullovers.
That is a
You've even got
he
a
was,
white one.
It was funny. He was in a serious voice.
Yeah. Well, Greg.
Because you know he exaggerates when he talks.
Yeah. Not making fun of the situation. That's a very serious situation.
No, it's absolutely serious.
No,
he
we're
was
really
little
making
Colin.
fun of you. Just so we can separate it, you know. But that, I guarantee you, if I'm eating and that happens, that is scary. And you're trying to get to the hospital. Yeah. But at least you talked to him, though, right? All good?
It's scary even if you're not eating.
Yes. Yeah. Let's say you're at home.
Rick and Bubba.
To improve the quality.
to send the police, fire,
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for being here. This hour starts with the national anthem. Eight minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Work to be done as we move forward. Will a meet is in play, could happen on today's program. Wednesday Bible study back, noon on our Central Time on our YouTube channel live, then archived soon after. Your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's the number to get to the studio. I continue to take phone calls in my office for the kickoff hour. It's 866. Do y'all not mention the phone number much in here? But anyway, so across the way, there he sits. We got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Dandy Van Adler. They've already rocked the kickoff hour, but look right there. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, but most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional uncheaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere? Thank you for tuning in to the smooth sounds of Rick and Bubba.
Everybody together, let's sing it. Always and forever.
way.
Yeah, I tell you, there's a lot of times Sherry walks past the bathroom and she hears in the shower, always and forever. I'll sing it a cappella. She loves it. So anyway, we were talking about that. Sherry and I have been married 25 years today, and I was going to.
I felt like we need to sing.
Look right there. Look at that guy right there.
Hey, look at
that.
Clean face.
So do you want the song right now?
Yeah, look at that one right there.
He looks a little different.
He's
evolved.
Look at here. You just got it just like I like it.
You romantic devil.
Yeah, we can do it now. You want to? 1, 2. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. But Greg and I.
Oh, you sang, Greg.
We were talking about it.
Greg on that little part.
And we'll talk about it a little bit. We can do it a little bit later. But I wanted to bring in and show all the pictures from the wedding day because everybody but Helms and Adler were there at the wedding, and to show how much can happen in 25 years. And I kept trying to take pictures with the photo album, those old photo albums, and it was such much glare on it, it wasn't working. And so, but it was so funny to sit and look like, I mean, Greg's daughter is about to give birth, and Greg is holding her, and Pop is holding her, and she's a baby herself.
Yeah,
I mean, she's a baby.
Yeah.
And like tomorrow is going to have a baby.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, isn't that weird? I mean, 25 years and you and Betty and Bubba,
fast,
my goodness, looking at y'all in those pictures. And I mean, it's everybody's Ludge, Taylor, and Blake, and they're little tinies and into everything. Good gosh. So anyway, 25 years today, and right in the middle.
25.
You ever try to do something special in the middle of a pandemic?
It's hard.
You just can't. You just almost punt it. You just say, well, we'll try. We'll try later, but I think we're gonna have a little lobster tonight at home.
Okay,
a little
lobster, huh?
Sherry got some lobsters yesterday, and I thought, okay, so we'll have a little dinner.
How about you were going hunting?
I tell you what, I'm not going to do. Last day today, guys.
I know.
Another year in the books.
Mm-hmm. There it goes. So but look, it's good. You know, now the pressure of deer hunting's off of us, guys. We can relax a little bit. Mm-hmm. Worry about fishing.
That's right. It's coming. That's right.
You know, and I've never gotten into turkey hunting. I know the turkey hunters. They're about to go nuts.
They're beside themselves.
I'm making turkey calls like crazy. Send them everywhere, even to Quebec.
Yeah. Bubba, you got more turkeys. You know what to do with at your place. Good night.
Look, I'm gonna tell you that
I'm training them to eat snakes.
Apparently, that little region of Alabama.
Yeah.
Good gracious. Wow. Sometimes I get like y'all said that picture y'all sent. I get afraid there's so many of them. I mean, I'll be sitting there and they'll start coming out of the trees and coming off the roofs.
Yeah. I got them at my house.
It's like you're not scared of some things, but if there's enough of something, you know, like bugs or turkeys or whatever, you go, hey, I don't want to be in the middle of 1,000 of them. You know, like a chicken house. You ever walk a chicken house?
You think
little chickens ain't scary until there's like 3 million of them,
and they're all going.
Yeah.
They got you on the numbers.
Yeah, the numbers. If the numbers go bad, you're like, hey, now wait a
minute.
minute.
The one that gets me the most, and like, you know, because the afternoon's different, but we've got a spot where we hunt. If you go do a morning hunt, they come like bombs out of the trees. They come off the roost, and I mean, they just start dropping like bam, 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 one after another to the point, like you said, but it's almost like, are these paratroopers? Are they?
Is this Red Dawn?
And plus, that's a big
old original.
And plus, that's a big old bird to come out of a tree.
Yeah, it's big. How about when they take off? Like a Huey's landing.
So we got a lot ahead. We'll unpack it for you. You can be part of the program. Again, I must emphasize, it's 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't just tell your phone to call the Rick and Bubba Show. It keeps calling my office. 866-WE-BE-BIG. 15 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ever wonder how free to access social media companies? 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. The gang's all here. Thank you for being with us. We take a gander at your America. We'll get ready for this bizarre set of circumstances.
Well, Rick, it's not often that we get lectured by the French on the fact that our leftists and cancel culture are out of control and that they are now threatening France.
So France is lecturing the United States of America on us letting our wokeness, even though the people who say things that get you identified as woke sound asleep to me. But
well, Rick, you know my new saying, being woke is a joke.
That's right.
Politicians, prominent intellectuals, and academics from France have voiced concern that the out-of-control leftism and cancel culture in the United States is now threatening French identity. They're saying that American ideas on race, gender, post-colonialism, especially those coming from U.S. universities, are undermining French society and are attack, let me repeat that, are an attack on French heritage.
Now, how are they drawing these lines? Can you walk this out for me?
Well, I think that they're basically saying what we're saying. I think they're agreeing with us.
Mm-hmm.
And saying, look, this is crazy.
But how is it affecting them?
Well, I think that they are saying it is a threat to their history. Here's the problem with France, and it's something that we should have learned that we have not. France has had a very aggressive immigration policy. Mm-hmm. They have let in a lot of people of different cultures. And I've always thought that with immigration, people want to come to your country because it has something to offer that they like. Mm-hmm. And you come there and you don't forget your heritage, but you somewhat assimilate into the heritage you're going into.
Well, yeah.
That's the reason you're going there.
Right.
Right. I mean, isn't that what it is?
No, it's every time that we've ever traveled around the world, we've had people who educate us on, look, in this particular culture, it's rude to do this. Right. It's appropriate to do that. Mm-hmm. And you, when you're visiting someone else's culture or you move to someone else's culture, as you said, in your individual life, if you want to talk about your family and your heritage, that's all fine.
Well, you don't forget it.
No, but as far as when you go out into that nation's society, you do try to become part and maybe hopefully make better their culture.
Well, it becomes the mixing pot. We've talked about that here in America. Mm-hmm. But what happens if you let too many immigrants in too quick and they don't assimilate into the culture? You end up with a subculture that never assimilates, and they cling to each other, and they never pick up the values and the holidays and the language and the art of the country they move to, and they almost become a country inside a country.
Yeah.
And then if their numbers get too big, again, because you're letting too many people in, they start voting to change your history, your culture that you have to theirs. And it's kind of like, we all may enjoy whatever your favorite food is, but you don't want to choke while you're eating it.
Yeah, this was we let into our country and began to be guilted into embracing multiculturalism, and it was a mistake. It's caused chaos, not order.
And it's not just culture, it's also the thinking of liberals and versus more conservative values and progressives and all this stuff. So, we've kind of let the progressive have the education system, and now you're seeing all of that come full circle now. And they're saying that also threatens them. But I think in France's situation, it's very much their immigration policies. They let too many people in too quick.
Right. Yeah.
And they're losing who they are.
Right.
And now they don't know what to do about it.
And what they're saying is now this is what's weird to the point that the guys are making. Normally, we're sitting here angry because Europe has come in here and caused our culture to go the wrong way. Now we have a European country saying it's the American society that you guys are living right now is now affecting us. Mm-hmm. It's infiltrated here. And they're saying that they blame American universities and the things that we have going on, because I said this to Sherry last night. We were talking about this ongoing thing about a college education versus not having one. And Sherry was saying that I still believe that a college education can be helpful to you just as an overall learning experience. I said, at one time I agreed with you, but now you got to be really careful because most of these universities they're set up to indoctrinate young people into being good little socialists.
Yeah.
And so they're saying this, and they're saying like the American universities and some of the stuff that they have taught, he said, especially involving the subject of race, this obsession we now have over race, and trying to cater to everything under the sun because you're afraid to be called racist and then calling things racist and aren't racist. They're saying that they blame American universities for giving justification to the acts of terrorism caused by the Muslims in France. Said because we had to coddle this culture so much, to your point, Bubba, that we weren't allowed to say, hey, that's not good, or you can't do that. We don't allow that. Well, you're a racist. Well, now we've all become susceptible to the attacks of these terrorists because they're using that against us. Hey, wait a minute. Was that said in these microphones?
Yeah.
Now France is the first one to realize that before we did?
Yeah. The problem is you usually don't realize it till it's too late.
Right.
And the point is that while the immigrants and the culture that they bring is not bad, what will happen if you do it correctly is parts of their culture will become your culture. Mm-hmm. And then in the end, you have a better society overall because hopefully the cream has risen to the top. But if it's too much too quick, that process gets messed up and it gets out of balance.
Right.
And like here in America with immigrants, we have people from all over the world that have come here from all over Europe, from all over Central America, South America, Africa, and it all can work together, but at times you can get off the path, and sadly, France is further down that trail than we are.
Here's another historian in France. He said, see if this sounds familiar. He said, what's happening now, he said, when we're now getting this American style, modern day American style, as a artificial importation to France, he said it's all driven by hatred of the West, calling it a evil white civilization. And he says, and now we're ending up that straight white males are the culprit, and they should be condemned, and they're an enemy, and they should be eliminated from society.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So at some point,
France is waking up to this, and we're not.
It's almost like a boat that got top heavy; it flips over,
right?
And everything is opposite,
right?
And that's really not the way that I think immigration should be handled, or should be the goal of anybody.
Guys, I'm gonna say this again.
Think about how many things say. The Spanish culture has influenced American culture now. The food we eat, the music, holidays that have been. I mean, that's the way it should be.
Right.
And then that's all part of American culture now. But like in France, they're getting and see, we're having this now in America. We're getting parts of the country that don't want to be America. They want to be where they came from.
Well, and you're not going to believe one of the people who's been outspoken about what you're talking about as well. And I wasn't ready for it. I was sent the video yesterday. I think y'all got it in the email too. You know who's somebody who is screaming America's losing its way? Pitbull.
Yeah.
Pitbull?
Pitbull says, look, my family came from communist Cuba.
He's very successful.
He said, I love freedom. And you don't know what you people are asking for. Y'all are headed down a wrong road.
Wow. Talk to somebody that grew up in the Soviet Union. Her parents did. They'll tell you the same thing.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. LaTroy, Arkansas, checking in with this email. Hey, I'm a power line worker with a power company. Said, so he's a big hello to the real Greg Burgess. It's one of your own out there, Gregory. He said, Greg can tell you how hard we work, and now I've started taking Relief Factor, and, man, it worked for me, guys. Thank you so much. I got 3 other guys on the crew we work the same crew together. They're using Relief Factor as well. Got the 3-week starter pack, $19.95. And I just want to thank you guys for introducing me to this. I feel 10 years younger. Said I'm a better man at home, too, because I'm recovering from sometimes how sore you get from working, getting out there and moving around. So I'm glad to hear that, LaTroy. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you checking out the show out of the great state of Arkansas. Would you like to get yours, get the Relief Factor? I told you I had spent time hanging out with friend Rich Wingo. He said, man, thank you guys for introducing me. He was just holding that old pack up. He said, man, this right here, standing in this kitchen. He said, hey, man, I'm so glad I found this stuff. I love it, too, and hopefully it's going to work for you. The starter pack will let you know. Within 3 weeks, you'll know whether it's working for you or not. It's all natural, 4 botanicals. You can take it every day just like a supplement. ReliefFactor.com. Also, rickandbubba.com has it right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, we're just continuing.
The days of America.
Bubba, we know that as we continue looking at our America today, I know that all of us were just so thankful, and that suddenly we just felt like oppression had been lifted when the Aunt Jemima picture and character was removed by PepsiCo and off their syrup brands and other things. Don't they have like instant pancakes and all this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
So Aunt Jemima out. Now, if I recall, the actress who played that character actually was like, her family like, we never saw this as negative, and actually this was something that was very good to our family and something we were proud of. That doesn't matter.
Like a lot of pipeline workers.
They gave her a little makeover a few years back to more modern look.
Yeah.
Hip it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter what you think about it, even if you're in the picture.
Nope. That's true.
Because the all feeling left says, look, we're so much smarter than you. You don't feel oppressed, but you should.
Yeah.
So we're going to look out for you, and we're going to take something that your family actually was enjoying, and we're going to remove it from the face of the earth. The day that happened, I'm yet to see how that made anyone's life better. I'm sure maybe somewhere it did. Probably the people that came up with the new idea, they benefited from it. If you were the marketing company, said, "I tell you, let's come up with something that no one will be upset about."
How about this?
Of course, it won't be long. It won't be long till they'll find something wrong with this. But we have rebranded Aunt Jemima, and Bubba, what we got now?
It is now the Pearl Milling Company.
Oh, right.
Now, critics are already saying it sounds like someone that sells gravel.
That's funny.
But they have rebranded the Aunt Jemima syrup, the pancake mix, and the whole line. It will remain with the signature red color alongside the new brand name and logo, but it will have no reference to the former Aunt Jemima brand.
Well, and you know what? Thank the Lord for that.
Well,
now, the Pearl Milling Company name comes from the original company that made this way back when.
Yeah. New name, same great taste.
They do have the Aunt Jemima name there on the front,
right
to remind you what it used to be.
Well, you know why they're doing that, Bubba?
Because people loved Aunt Jemima.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That is the correct answer, Mr. Bussey.
I was going to have a good pancake when I saw it. I said,
Oh,
Aunt
that's
Jemima
syrup.
just makes me feel
I
like
like
I'm
that.
having a good breakfast.
I liked it over Mrs. Butterworth. Are we after Mr. Butterworth, Mrs. Butterworth?
Well, I was going to ask you that.
doing?
How is that bottle? Because we used to save those bottles. I thought they were cool. I used to paint a few of them when I was a little kid.
You painted them?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Little kid stuff.
Kids do.
So you had a bunch of little different colored Aunt
But
Jemima?
why did you ever even say that?
Bubba
We
was-
probably painted it and then chunked it. Who
Bubba
knows?
was very artistic as a child. You ever seen his paintings?
Oh, yeah. He was.
So probably shouldn't have shared that.
No, you just started talking and
I
didn't
picture
stop.
little Bubba painting bottles.
But I haven't seen anything about Mrs. Butterworth going away. Have y'all?
Will you marry me? See, the,
you can't.
Is Mrs. Butterworth
you
a
can't even.
minority, or is she just a...
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I don't think about those kind of things. But now, not to think about it is also racist.
Let me pull her up.
To think about it's racist, and not to think about it's racist.
I never thought that syrup was going to be so political.
No,
I never really did. You had Aunt Jemima, you had Mrs. Butterworth, and I don't know what her status is. And now you can't even enjoy log cabin.
Is log cabin out?
Well, there's people now that's kind of got some negative connotations.
Because it's a log cabin.
Well,
I'm sure.
What's wrong with a log cabin?
I'm not sure what color Miss Butterworth.
I'll tell you what.
Look up log cabin Republicans. You'll figure it out.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, well, I think I'll just move on to something else.
You had that look about you when you said like you had something sharp.
Well, I can't even enjoy syrup now. Everything's got some political tie to it.
Gosh almighty.
Well, I mean, can't we just
Is
have
there a syrup? Is there a syrup that's not racist?
Not that I can have any now, but when I did enjoy it, can't you just have syrup?
Well, you can't have it anymore.
I'm hungry.
Except
What
on
about?
a cheat
I
day.
want to go back to Mrs. Butterworth. I saw the picture of it. Is she okay?
Rick, I have her story right here. From the day I was born, I've delighted families with my delicious syrup. I made my television debut in 1961 and was not shy about how thick, rich, and deliciously sweet my syrup is.
Oh my gosh.
This still holds true today. Whatever variety you choose, you will be sure to enjoy my thick and rich syrup.
Oh my gosh.
That's Mrs. Butterworth's story.
Now she is kind of a thick woman if you look.
Yeah.
But what's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong. But I can't figure out is she a minority or not.
I don't know.
You can't tell on the bottle.
Can I tell you, Greg?
Because she's a bottle.
Yeah, because she's a syrup bottle, Greg. I don't know.
That's always difficult.
I think she's neutral.
Can I tell you what color she is? The color of syrup.
I think she starts off as a minority, and then as the bottle gets empty, she's white.
Really?
Yeah, if you look at it.
Thanks, Greg.
I mean, if you're just looking at it.
Because you can see through it.
Buddy. Thank you, Greg.
She slowly turns
You're
white,
talking
so she's
too.
representing both sides.
Well, I hope she
And
never
why is
will.
she dancing with Colonel Sanders?
Yeah, that's when they
That's when they partnered up with the.
Yeah, that's a pretty funny commercial.
Yeah.
Even though that's when they were being weird with Colonel Sanders.
Yeah, it was chicken and waffles.
KFC, careful.
Easy.
Don't get weird with the Colonel.
Easy.
Okay, you're getting a little weird with it. Okay.
Got a headache. I'm so hungry.
Okay. Yeah.
There's some.
Yeah, Miss
beaver
Butterworth.
nuggets right
She
there.
almost has a
Tear into
Quaker.
that.
Rick, Mrs. Butterworth may be a
That'll
Quaker.
tide you over.
A Quaker?
She's got the Quaker look.
Maybe.
You're scaring me over there.
She does. with
I
that
wish
little
she would
dress.
stop.
I hope she doesn't stand by a log cabin bottle. Then we really gonna have a problem. Is log cabin even around
What was?
anymore?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
good.
That's what's in our house.
Really?
Oh yeah, we're log cabin.
Now, why
folks.
should we?
I found
what's up?
Hungry Jack the other day. Hungry Jack's
can
got
Google
syrup.
They don't have syrup.
Listen, and when you flip the lid up, it's got a little smiley face. You dump it out of.
No.
Yeah.
Hungry Jack. I gobble them up and the plate comes back for Hungry Jack.
Is that offensive too?
Probably. The people named Jack.
Yeah, they're always hungry. What, you calling Jack fat now?
Or, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure we can't
where
say.
this ends up?
There's nothing we can say anymore.
Well, how about these people that replace syrup with honey?
I love honey.
Honey's good for you.
Honey's good.
Terry is all about it.
Helps you allergies.
That don't replace syrup, but it's good.
Not gonna say. Not mention the pyramids. Not one.
I actually eat more honey than I do syrup. I don't eat syrup hardly
I'm
ever.
a honey
Okay.
guy.
I put honey. Tell you what, if you want to get serious about something, get you one of those protein waffles. And
Okay.
put them in the toaster. Now, you go down
Now,
all
what is
the
a
way.
protein waffle?
They're
Wait a
just
minute.
these little like Eggos, but they're protein. And so you put them in there, take it to 5, put it in there, let it go to 5. It pops up, take it back down one more time at 3, pop it up again, and then put you some peanut butter, some bananas, and then drizzle honey over the bananas and go to town.
Well, I mean, if you want bee vomit, yeah, sure, have it.
Hey, bee vomit. Hey, try that little snack.
Okay, I'm in.
That's a get your day started right there.
Sounds good.
It's real good.
You know, we've been talking about
5
Tom
and 3.
Brady's diet, and of
Yeah,
course,
we gotta talk about
you
that
know,
coming up.
saw the story here that some of the health experts are saying, "Wait, just a minute."
They're saying, "Whoa!"
But here's what gets me, and I know we were joking around about it on the air, that people will seriously like say, "Well, he's won 7 Super Bowls out of 10. I bet if I start his diet, I'll start looking like him."
No.
that people actually think that. I mean, it's a.
And I'll start reading coverages really good.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you know what? If I'd have just done that diet, I could have won 7 Super Bowls.
Back in 82.
I can maneuver through traffic better if I do that.
Yeah, I'm focused.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it than, but that's the power of celebrity, the cult of personality. We'll be back. We'll talk about that. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. So, coming off the Super Bowl, we had all this discussion about the GOAT and his GOATness and the greatest quarterback of all time. 43 years old. My goodness, how does he do it? And there's always the discussion of how does Tom Brady live out his life as far as his health regimen? And now that has led to some caution today.
Rick, you are what you eat.
Well, I think that is absolutely correct.
You love it lined up. So here's the deal. Brady follows this holistic wellness regimen that includes organic, gluten-free diet, which cuts out even some healthy vegetables such as tomatoes, mushrooms, and eggplant because he says they cause inflammation, a source many experts say could be dangerous. So what is? I don't get what the rub is here. So they're saying in this story, and it's in Daily Mail today, there's no concrete scientific evidence confirming these vegetables cause inflammation, and they may even have the opposite effect. Some studies have found that some compound, and I can't say it, is found in tomatoes, eggplant, peppers, and potatoes have an anti-inflammatory property to them. And they talked to one of the nutritionists in this, and they said the biggest problem is there's a lot of people who already don't eat enough vegetables every day, and hearing this about Tom Brady may be just another barrier for people to eat the vegetables they actually need. Now, they do say he's an elite athlete. He trains. His body and his physique is his career, so he puts a lot of energy and effort into it, and people are linking this one concept of avoidance of particular foods to how amazing and successful he is, and she said that could be dangerous thinking.
Yeah, some of the stuff he said, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. The tomatoes I didn't get because I was actually told the opposite with being a heart patient. Well, I'm not a heart patient, but having genetic heart disease, saying you need to get more tomatoes in because they actually have good properties that are beneficial. So I'd never heard tomatoes be demonized before. Potatoes have had a tough time. Carbs have had a tough time. But you need some carbs too. You don't need to cut. There's no fuel.
You need some fat.
There's
Your
not,
brain operates with that.
Yeah, there's not. And I'm
not over. Now some of us have got a bounty of that.
Well, this goes back to a lot of things that I may not adhere to with the discipline that I should, but it doesn't mean I don't understand or believe in the concept. And the concept that I believe, because it seems to make the most sense, is that you're supposed to have a nice balance of all the food groups in moderation, and then try to avoid some of these manufactured foods that processed foods that we
Sugars.
that we made in little labs that really have no benefit to your body whatsoever, or as the people who are experts in the field of nutrition say, it's just empty calories. It does nothing for your health.
Now, this is kind of funny too. Tom Brady was interviewed and wanted to know if he went out and partied after his 7th Super Bowl win, and he said he was too tired. So he's not. He's not. He's not.
Right. You think he'd be full of energy?
He's not completely flawless in this. Now, Helms, we were talking about the food pyramid we all learned in school, and you said you'd seen some documentary where that wasn't even good science. That was a political thing that got pushed.
Yeah. Now, of course, any documentary can be politically pushed in whatever direction you want it to be.
Somebody have a documentary that says
true, but I thought it was interesting.
Who's behind the study?
I put one out that says listening to or watching the Rick and Bubba Show is the greatest thing on the planet.
Yeah.
And I can put a documentary about that. And by the time I'm done, you'll buy into it.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. So you hear all this.
What was the cause though? How did it tell me the background on it?
It had
You
something to do
mentioned
with
it the other day.
saturated fats, and I can't remember which one it was.
Was
I
it
need to go
was
back.
it
was on
dairy
Amazon.
farmers that pushed for the dairy to be in there when it was really bad for you or something?
I don't think that had. I don't know. I don't want to speak out of turn because I don't.
Well, everybody says that dairy's bad and that beef's bad for you. Well, what else do you need a cow for? Why aren't they here for a reason? Think about it. If they weren't used for that, what would they do? Nothing.
They'd take a lot of room and eat a lot of food.
That's what I'm saying. Fart a lot and.
All these different diets. We've talked about this blood type diet, where depending on what type of blood you have. Well, my niece Johnette, she did the diet, and she found out with her blood type and everything that dairy was not the best for her. But then you look at somebody else and their blood type, and it didn't affect them the same way. So could it just go back to where we're all just so different that I might eat something and it not affect me the way it affects you? Maybe.
If you go eat dairy all day long every day, it's probably bad for you.
Well, but to your point, straight up, because we saw it in our own family. There's also things you outgrow. When Brooks and Brody were young, and I think even Boomer to a degree, but at the time, we pushed through some of it. They did not do well with dairy. As a matter of fact, Brody had just chronic ear infections, and finally the doctor said take him off dairy, and took him off dairy. He never had another one. So he was having a reaction to dairy that was negative. Now, as a 19-year-old, he doesn't really have that anymore.
Right.
But as a little boy, he did, and same thing with Brooks and Blake. There's certain things like some people have intestinal problems that maybe you don't have.
Everybody's a little different.
So no, we can't all just eat the same foods and have the same experience. But I do believe that there's a moderation thing that I have not always adhered to that appears to be pretty solid in its biblical approach.
Yeah.
And it seems to be the thing to do. But if you make a commitment to portion control and mostly healthy foods, you'll do better if you overeat and eat unhealthy things.
I think universally nutritionists can agree on that.
Yeah, and I think if you move around a little bit, you'll be healthier. And if you are sedentary and don't move and you're slothful, you won't be.
You talking about if you burn more than you take in?
Well, I'm just talking
about move at all.
I'm just talking about eating healthier and moving is probably better than eating unhealthy and sitting on the couch.
Yes.
I'm gonna step out and really make a bold step.
And I don't have a health study on that, but I think that's probably solid.
Yeah, and also from the things I'm seeing now, I know Tom Brady does a good job, but I'm not going to try to get rid of Sherry and marry a Brazilian witch either. You know what I mean?
They may have something.
This witchcraft stuff that his wife dabbles in, I wouldn't suggest that either. Now, I don't know whether maybe his success is coming from the dark side. I don't know, but I don't want any part of that either.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Don't be afraid to look at that.
Rick, this is one of my favorite things too, and this has been in several stories.
Apparently he's allowed to do stuff like that.
Leading up to the Super Bowl, the Stars' meal has consisted of dark leafy greens. This is what I like. Some grass-fed animal protein. You call that meat, as well as whole grains. So I love the fact they won't just say meat; they have to call it grass-fed animal protein.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
That's
you know what that
you know what that is, y'all. That's beef.
Hey,
cow.
Hey, don't get me started on this. Grass-fed versus grass-finished. Don't get me started on that. That's a different thing.
Now, what is that?
Well, there's some farmers will feed them grass until right toward the end, and then to kind of fatten them up before they go to market. Then they come off that diet, and they give them some of the hormones and stuff like this. Well, grass finished means this cow has never been on anything other than just natural food for cows. Because I was like, what does grass finished mean? Well, that means all the way to the end, all the way till we slaughter it.
I don't even know.
All right.
Now, Brady's diet has not always been this way. If you read on, he even admitted before one of the Super Bowls he ate cheese and nachos.
I know. And a ham and cheese
he won
sandwich.
that one too.
And a ham and cheese Subway.
Here's a picture of him. Looks like eating a chicken leg on the sideline.
How dare him?
He turned into it.
Guys, it's not required, and we see this clearly when the Gentiles are grafted in. But I will say, if you follow the restrictions that God put on His chosen people, if you'll follow those, there's nothing to do with salvation, redemption. But if you'll follow those, here's a strange concept: you'll be healthier.
Yeah.
It's not required, but it is healthier way to eat.
What was that? There were some people following that diet for a while. What
The
did they
Maker's
call
diet.
it? The Maker's diet.
I followed it for a while, and I just couldn't quite give up some of the other things that are part of being a Gentile.
Yeah.
But I will tell you something, I felt fantastic.
How does peanut M&M's? Where's that in there?
Well, they're somewhat healthy.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Let's go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Look forward to chatting with you this hour at 866 We Be Big. Will of Me could happen. Wednesday Bible study back today. Session 8 on Knowing God, based off the great book from J.I. Packer. You can watch that noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel. It will also be made available via archive on our podcast and YouTube channel, and links provided on all the Rick and Bubba social media platforms. Celebrating my 25th anniversary today. Sherry and I have been married 25 years today, and happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Rick and Sherry.
You know, for us, it's really, really special because for us, not only were we put in holy matrimony on this day 25 years ago, through the process of our marriage counseling, we both were redeemed and became followers of Jesus and husband and wife all at the same time, and have been learning and growing and have been to the highest heights of joy and the lowest valleys of sorrow and everything in between, and looking back, as I said, remembering that day and that most important holy day, and what a great celebration, but also at the same time excited about what's ahead.
Yep.
We shoulder to shoulder, and I love you so much, Sherry, and you are a gift. And as God said in Genesis 2, I will make for man the perfect helper, the perfect partner. And the role of husband and wife and God's standard has never changed throughout Scripture, and still stands and should be held in a place of honor by everybody. And I threw in the one picture on the Instagram day of of me with the longer hair and all that, and so all the different looks.
There it is.
Over the years. Look, you look right there. It's pretty funny. What was funny is young Broderick is still living at home, but is moving into his own place Friday, as he's working full time now and loving the job that he has and working in his field. And so we were looking at some of the wedding pictures, and I felt kind of bad, because Sherry almost had to come in and defend her choice of me. My choice of her, needs no defense. But like even Brody looked at me, he goes, "Dad, you and Mom." And I said, and then Sherry literally had to say, "Look, your dad was a great choice." And I'm like, "Son, what are you saying here?" And she says, he had some work he needed to do, but he was great. I mean, he was able to woo me. I mean, you got to give me something.
We also didn't take no either.
No, I did not. Well, you know what? And I say this.
Y'all have explained that.
Bubba said it when we interviewed Betty on the podcast. Sherry confirmed it. We all talked about this, and I talked to somebody about that just Monday. Dad, who has an outstanding, intelligent, powerful, godly woman, and he's like, "Man, if you can find any godly guys," he goes, "She is having the awfulest time." And he said, "I tell you another thing," and this is it. What have we said? He goes, "This generation of young men, they have no clue how to pursue a woman. They have no clue. I mean, it's that they don't even know. It's like they don't know how to do it." And
it's almost like you're the outside linebacker and you're blitzing on a rollout, and the quarterback's rolling away from you.
Yeah,
and you just got to keep running, and you hope that they mess up and stop, or try to cut back, and you're just going to be waiting on them.
Well, on a yeah, right.
I know
exactly.
That's probably a bad analogy, but
yeah, Bubba refusing to break up, me telling Sherry that I have friends, they're guys. I'm not looking for a friend. Right. I'm looking for a wife. And those things, and it's the thing that Sherry said to Brody, and of course he's old enough now to kind of understand it. She said, honestly, I know you're having some fun, with Dad and me and our wedding pictures and all that, which is fine. She said, but what it was is your dad pursued me and treated me like I was the center of the universe, and said I had never really experienced that before. And if a woman feels that a man that's pursuing her really is interested in her and thinks she is the greatest thing ever, you really can go a long way with that. Mm-hmm. And so again, we had a lot to learn, and we're continuing to learn, but it's been a wonderful 25 years, the good, the bad, all of it. We wouldn't be who we are right now without all of it. And we're stronger today than we've ever been. So love you, Sherry. Happy anniversary.
Now, with your anniversary being so close to Valentine's Day, I know Terry's birthday is Friday, and I try to separate them. But as we've gotten older, she doesn't really care or whatever, do you try to keep them separate?
Separate? No, we don't. Sherry is not really, and it sounds like maybe Terry's that way too. We joke a lot. Sherry is, what's the word I'm looking for? She doesn't, she's not very sappy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And she doesn't really require, now she loves for us to be, lovey-dovey and all that kind of stuff like everybody. But like for Valentine's Day to her is almost cheesy. She's kind of like, our anniversary is a much bigger deal than Valentine's Day. Right. So we always put it together.
Okay.
And we don't usually separate the two. Sometimes Valentine's Day will come and go, and we're like, forget it even happened.
Mm-hmm. You know, one of the funniest things to me with this holiday
she thinks it's for the rookies.
Is a little kid that can't say Valentine, and they'll call it Valentine's Day. That is the funniest thing to me.
Valentine's Day.
You be my Valentine.
So
Greg loves Valentine's Day. He said it's his favorite.
Great day. But I hate that we can't do much. We were going to doing a trip or something like that. We're going to try to do that. So we just we'll try again in the summer.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
So and Bubba, speaking of, you were traveling somewhere yesterday. Where
well,
were you going?
we were talking a little bit about the impeachment trial starting in the Senate. And
my goodness.
I tell you, I didn't see any of it yesterday, and I really feel better not seeing any of it.
You know why? You know why I didn't care about it at all, and I really have zero interest in it, is because it has no standing. I mean, this is not even allowed. What is going on right here? I don't care who it is, what party it is, how you see things politically. What is being attempted is not allowed. This can't stand. The whole process is just unconstitutional.
If you're going to put on that big a charade, I'm just not going to look at it. Yeah. I'm not even going to acknowledge it. No, we went to the lovely town of Moulton, Alabama. Rick hadn't been there in a long time.
In a long time, meaning you've been there before.
Well, we've traveled through there a few times, headed to North Alabama, you're saying UNA. Well, me and some of my ham buds. We went up there yesterday.
Ham City.
Yeah, and so went to visit another ham friend of mine, and big Rex Free, local celebrity there in Moulton, and went to see some tower sites, stuff that hams do. You wouldn't be interested in that, but we did get to see some of the Bankhead National Forest, and wow, that's really a pretty place up there. It is. Yeah, and remote. Hey, remote. If you're Bigfoot, that'd be a good place.
So weekday,
wow up there.
Weekday after work.
Yeah, that is amazing.
Yeah. You drove to Moulton.
Yeah.
To look at tower sites.
Yeah, kind of, and visit. We got to tour the EMA office there and meet some of those folks.
Like a party.
Did y'all not deer hunt or anything?
No deer hunt.
Y'all need to calm down.
Well, it's just something us hams do,
Right.
But
visit the EMA.
well, we had a good time. I hadn't seen Rex in a long time, and we've been needing to get together and visit a little bit, and he's a good guy. So I always enjoy visiting with Rex.
Got to ask a question.
Yes, please.
How was your lunch decision?
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah, it was very good. We went to
the.
Went to the. I think the
name.
The name is the local steakhouse. It's not actually not the name, but that's what everybody calls it, the steakhouse.
Steakhouse.
And because I don't think there's more than one in Moulton. But I had lemon peppered chicken.
Yeah.
And it came with fries. So, but
you replaced it with what?
You replaced it with what?
I did. I said I got what somebody else got, and I had a few of the fries, but not many.
How many?
I don't remember. I didn't count them.
Were there some left on your plate?
Let me say this: when I left,
two left on.
I know that I did good because when I left, I was still hungry, and I was thinking a milkshake would really finish this off. But I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
How was your dinner last night?
I had one sandwich at a drive-thru. One.
Oh, sandwich. You called it a sandwich. You mean a hamburger?
No. It's Arby's.
Roast beef sandwich?
Yeah, just one.
With cheese?
No, plain, nothing on it, no fries, no nothing. No drink, water. Ugh. I've had a lot of water. Wow. I've had one soft drink in the last 3 days.
That's good.
Not a boy. So you mean to tell me yesterday was what you ate here, what we saw, then what you just described for lunch, and that one sandwich, and that's
I know I did good. I went to bed hungry. So.
Okay.
No snacks when you got home? Didn't go over the cupboard and get anything?
No.
Well, look at you, Bubs.
That's good. That's a good day.
But it was tough. I had to make some decisions. But I need to make decisions that are wise when I'm in that environment.
That's right. That's a good job.
I can't avoid that environment. I just need to make
that's great.
Oh, boy.
No problem. We'll come back. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's the first phone segment of the day. We'll go phone trolling. All 10 lines, well, 9 lines are available. We'll get Harry Murdahl set up in there, and we'll chat with you about whatever you want to talk about when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Phone troll time, 866-WE-BE-BIG, 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program is done. All 10 lines are available, so let's get started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Keisha, 30 seconds and go.
Keisha.
Hey, I just wanted to tell Bubba, next time he finds himself down in God's country in Bolton, Alabama, he needs to try out the steakhouse or Western sirloin again.
Yeah.
He can get steamed vegetables with his blackened or his lemon pepper chicken. He could get a sweet potato or baked potato. There's lots of options. He didn't have to go for the fries. The steamed veggies are great.
Well, I was just saying I'll take what he had.
Better
and
choice.
I really didn't think about it.
Where are you going to steam vegetables?
How about, well, if it's broccoli and, I love broccoli.
Cauliflower?
Not a cauliflower.
What about a sweet potato versus a baked potato?
I don't like sweet potatoes.
Well, I do. Sweet potatoes are good.
What's the difference in that?
It's just healthier.
Mm-hmm. How is it called sweet potato and it's healthier than a regular baked potato?
It was PR to get more people to try it. Mike in Alabama. Mike, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
That's pretty land up there. Wow, pretty.
Go ahead, Mike.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I wanted to tell Rick congratulations.
Thank you.
Bubba, Bell's is the best place to eat in Bolton. Other than that, this morning y'all were talking about an old Andy about the high school reunion.
Yeah.
There's a bit of trivia that y'all didn't mention in that I was shocked. Andy's high school sweetheart.
Gosh, you got to pick up that pace.
Man.
Let's go to Dale in Birmingham. Dale, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Thank y'all. I work for Piggly Wiggly Distribution, and y'all left out a package that is changing for like the Mrs. Butterworth and Aunt Jemima.
Yeah,
and that's Uncle Ben.
Yeah.
They're they're just changing it to Ben's and taking the picture off the package.
Yeah. The things that we care about. I don't think it amazes me really as much as the things we don't care about.
Well, that'll make a difference, won't it?
I continue.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, let's be sure that we call it Ben, not Uncle Ben's, and take the picture off.
What about Uncle Benjamin?
As far as figuring out, making sure we have a tough discussion about where life begins and whether we have the right to murder people, who cares about that?
Yeah.
Let's go to Jessica in Alabama. Jessica, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was going to tell Bubba that when he goes back to Moulton, I assume you ate at Western Sirloin, the one with the silo.
Yes, the silo
you
in the front.
You need to visit Shelton's Clothing the next time you go. They have a little bit of everything, fishing stuff, hunting clothes, overalls, socks, all kinds of stuff, but it's a really good place. You should check it out.
Okay, cool. Now, I met a young man having a birthday there yesterday, too. Got my picture.
All right, I'm going to guess that you work at Shelton's Clothing.
I do not. I'm from Athens, not Moulton, but my whole
okay, it sounded like that was because I can't picture why Bubba and his ham buddies would go to a clothing store.
Yeah,
but I see what you're saying. There's some fun stuff in there.
Towers, yes. Clothing, no.
I still think ham guys would wear.
Spanish Fort. Wes standing.
We're not really a slave to fashion. If you've seen any of our pictures,
Wes, go ahead.
I've noticed that whenever Bubba talks about his ham stuff, he gets a little attitude about him. And, they have mansplaining, so whenever he starts talking about all his ham stuff, y'all have hamsplaining, I guess.
That's good. That's a good one. Tennessee, Chris.
What does he mean, I get?
You talk down to us a little bit about ham.
A little attitude.
Just talk down.
Yeah. Just a little
y'all
bit.
The one hammering me. I even hate to bring it up.
It's like y'all have your ham world. We're not allowed in it.
You got your gang. Got your group.
You can get in it.
Chris, Tennessee.
The door's wide open.
Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Hey, Bubba, it's pretty easy. Losing weight, don't eat anything white, don't eat anything that's got sugar added, and you will lose 25 pounds in 6 weeks without doing any exercise.
But that's healthy for you. There's none of us are gray on how to lose weight. There's all kinds of ways you can lose weight. The key is, am I healthy and can I live this way the rest of my life?
Life change.
Yeah, that's the key.
And how miserable does it make me?
Zach,
so dang healthy.
Zach in Hoover. Zach, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, Fat One. I had this song that the Lord put on my heart. I wanted to sing to Bubba. It goes like this. Where did Bubba go? Where did Bubba go? He's hiding in the pantry. Does Rick or Speedy know? cookie, you know.
I like
So
that. I like that.
Steve in Indiana. Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How's Mom and them?
Fine.
They're
fine,
good.
Fine.
Everybody good.
Good. Hey, I just want to tell Bubba he's never going to lose any weight because of all the grilling he gets there at work.
No. There's accountability here. He's asked us to help him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Accountability. Okay.
Now
I'll go with that.
I'll tell you, this is
it's a rough room in here.
This is like somebody helping you when you hand them a shovel and they hit you in the forehead with it. I went, no, dig the hole.
Hey, I will tell you this, and you know how sometimes you just say, no, he's not ready for that yet?
Yeah.
We got to keep the golden ticket seats. Even if the pandemic lifted tomorrow, that we can't bring them back for a while.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, I have to learn to make good choices in this environment.
I know.
It's like being allergic to oxygen. You just got to work in it, you know.
And we all agree with that. We just don't think you're ready.
Not ready
for that
yet. You're going to be in bed. You're going to be more ready here as we go on. Randy in Birmingham. Randy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you, Rick. I want first-time caller. I wanted to congratulate you and your wife on 25 years of marriage. I lost my wife a few weeks back.
Sorry, man.
Boy, it's been tough, and I would appreciate some prayers, brother.
Well, you know what? We got some great prayer warriors in this audience, Randy, and you can count on that, brother. And thank you for calling and wishing me a happy anniversary. I appreciate that so much. Let's go to Melissa in the great state of Alabama. Melissa, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys. First-time caller.
Thanks for the call.
And happy anniversary, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm coming up on 33.
Congratulations.
I'm killing. Anyway, my point was, y'all were talking about dairy and all the people that have dairy issues and whatnot. I just wanted to point out to y'all, you might not think about this, humans are the only species that continue to drink milk after they've been weaned.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah. Maybe. Todd in Gadsden, Z93. Todd, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Happy anniversary, Rick.
Thank you.
Hey, I want to tell you about a song you was talking about yesterday, story songs. Have y'all heard Eric Church's Leonard Skinner Jones?
Yes, that was brought up yesterday by Helmsy. And it's based on Gadsden, Alabama, I understand.
Yes, sir. I thought that was hilarious. I just thought I'd let y'all know about it if y'all didn't know already.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, Helms actually brought that up yesterday. I may play it coming back. Is there any yuck factor to it? I don't know what I'm getting into.
Just talking a break. I'll give you the whole story.
Okay. So maybe not great bed music?
Probably not.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I didn't know. Look, I've got out there before not knowing the songs as well as I needed to.
What did that just say?
I'm sorry. Wow, I didn't know that was in there. Bottom of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us and supporting what we do. And it died on the cross for all the lost like me. Thank you, Jesus. ExpressVPN.com/Bubba. Have you ever wondered, and we were just talking about this in the break, have you ever wondered how free access social media companies make all the money they make and become so powerful? Well, I'll tell you why. That's by how they do it. They track your searches. They know your video history, and everything that you click on, they know it. Then they sell all your data to someone else that says, oh, good, we'll start contacting them with all of our ads. So you don't have to give the big tech websites access to your data. Instead, you could protect your online activity by using expressvpn.com and then do the /Bubba for our URL. Rick, why would I use your /Bubba? I'll tell you why. Because we're going to get you 3 months for free with a 1-year package. That means really that 1-year package now is 1 year and 3 months. You don't pay for the extra 3 months before you will be charged again. So expressvpn.com/Bubba, and then your online activity now is anonymous again. Because your IP address has been hidden, and they encrypt to 100% of your data, and they protect you from all those eavesdroppers that are on your network. And the app is very easy to use. One button on your phone or computer, and then you're protected. So go to expressvpn.com/Bubba right now. Get that extra 3 months for free with a 1-year package. And there's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You can find that by clicking on the sponsors button. Couple of stories out of the sports world. Super Bowl ratings crash to the lowest level since 1969. This was the least watched Super Bowl since 2006.
And what does that mean in real numbers? There was 3.5 million people less watching.
Yeah. It set a streaming record, CBS is reporting, but it's still, even with the streaming record, still was the least watched since 2007.
Yeah, they said across all
2006
platforms.
it says here.
Yeah, exactly.
Across all platforms, they average 96.4 million viewers, and usually it's well in excess of 100 million.
Well, I do believe that the NFL, their product, has some public relations issues, which we'll get to this Mark Cuban story and talk about that. And I do think, I mean, I get the emails. I can't believe y'all watch the NFL at all. There's people that will never watch it again,
right?
Unless something changes, and I do think that's had an impact.
Yeah, I do too.
And then you throw in the pandemic version, which I don't watch a lot of NFL anyway, but I watched even less this year because I just found it to be low energy and uninviting. And even the Super Bowl was kind of so I think there's a more apathetic feeling about the NFL during pandemic. With all we don't know who's going to play every week, and we got empty stadiums, and then there's all the advertisers. We're going to try to do something, about social justice in their advertising, and we're afraid to try to be funny. And I just kind of think, the entertainment business, and we're kind of a hybrid, so it's a little bit different. So you do get all kinds of pitches that we throw, and we've always been that way. But if you're in the entertainment business, probably the main reason people are coming to things like sports is to be entertained.
Right.
And so if you start taking yourself too serious as a sport and you get more caught up in things that people are actually trying to escape from, to have a few minutes of just stupid, mindless entertainment, and I think people go, well, if I go there and I'm getting the same things I'm trying to avoid, why would I go there? So the ratings are in, and there's all kinds of factors that play into that. But the bottom line is, there was not as many viewers.
Yeah, the game was not as close as some people thought it might be. A little one-sided. That always hurts. They said on CBS alone there was 91.6 million viewers. When you add in all the online streaming, it pushed it up to 96.4. But you would have thought with this matchup, with the new and upcoming quarterback and then the GOAT playing each other, and the GOAT going for such a record, and could the GOAT do it without the Patriots, you would have thought it would have generated more interest. I would have thought that.
Yeah, well, that's what got me to watch it.
Yeah.
I thought that's a pretty good storyline, and I was interested in it to the level that on a Sunday afternoon, I thought, well, this might be fun. This might be interesting, and get some snacks out. And like I said, we didn't do any kind of gathering or anything like that. Didn't make a big deal out of it, but I was kind of like, well, this is something that might be some mindless relaxation this afternoon. But the game was but so anyway,
this goes to prove that TV viewing continues to migrate from the standard broadcast TV back to the more of the streaming and mobile outlets, because they said the digital numbers were up 65% this year. And we've already talked about even adding that in, it was still low.
Yeah, but
it's still I mean, you can tell
a
lot of things are just migrating that way. And we've talked about that before.
But you're still talking about $5 million in streaming to $91 million on CBS. So it's still, I mean, they're up, but it's still minuscule to the big pot.
Well, what I'm seeing though with a generation, like for instance, my son that's moving into his own place Friday, and the next one that's going out on his own. And all the numbers he has to call, get your power turned on, get your Wi-Fi. And he looked at the options of standard viewing, and he's like, "Well, I'm not doing that.
I just stream,
yeah. I'm my whole place will just be set up on the sticks and the streaming, and all that. He didn't even remotely consider those options.
Right.
So that I think there's a future if it can stay reliable that it might just be preferred, and that's how the free market works.
I think the bigger issue here is why viewership is declining, and the NFL apparently, you're talking about tone deaf to it.
Oh my goodness!
I think they've completely missed the boat.
Yeah, it's the world famous. The thing you have that you don't want to happen is you don't really seem to understand your audience, and the audience that pays the bills and gives you the numbers you're looking for. You're alienating. You're catering to the people that kind of look at you as maybe not, and you alienate the people that used to make it appointment television.
Well, they are caught between a rock and a hard place, because you have, like everything else in our country, we are very divided in our politics and our feelings about things. But you definitely have what their core audience is, but you also have the vocal left, and a lot of the players fall into that, and that's the problem. How do they keep the core audience without alienating the workforce that's producing the product? And then the flip side is, how do you make the workforce happy and not alienate the giant audience that follows it? It's really a tough. They're trying to walk a fine line, but as you see in this, it's impossible.
Well, you just said it, the politics. There are some exceptions, but we're giving you the most in each category. Most of the players, not all, most of the players have a different political view than most of the fans.
Yeah,
and so now the person who's running this,
that's a general statement, but I think it's fair.
There's exceptions on both sides of that, but in general, the core audience of American football leans more conservative, and the core number of players lean more liberal to the left. So to try to make these two worlds come together for you to make that money is a juggling act, and I don't think they figured out the balance.
Well, they've kept plates in the air, but they got a few that broke.
Yeah,
it's getting more and more difficult.
On that note, Mark Cuban has confirmed that the Dallas Mavericks over in the NBA no longer play the national anthem at home games,
and that is really bizarre for a team based in Texas.
Yes, and they haven't played the national anthem prior to home games at all this season, and the team doesn't plan on playing it in the foreseeable future. But just when you want Mark Cuban to explain himself, I mean, I can speculate, or as I've learned from one of my new favorite teachers, it's okay to speculate as long as you acknowledge that you're speculating. And he's talking about scripture, study as well. But anyway, so I'm speculating, since he won't explain it, that he just feels like I've got this feeling before, and Mark Cuban and I probably don't believe on many things, spiritually or politically, but just by the things I've heard him say. But I understand that you kind of get to the point on this national anthem thing, if it becomes such a hassle, you're just like, I'm out. Let's just not play it at all. Yeah. I don't want to get with the who kneels, who doesn't kneel, who's mad about it, who's happy with it, who sang it, who didn't sing it. Who's doing this, who's doing that? How about this? Let's play basketball. I ain't playing it at all.
Well, you would hope he would make a comment, but to say I have no comment, and the Mavericks declined to comment, it's
then everybody speculates.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and the removal of the national anthem, they didn't publicize it. It had to the Atlantic or the Athletic, which is I think a online publication. They had to reach out, ask for comments because nobody was saying anything. It's like they tried to just secretly just stop playing.
Well, it sounds like to me he said, I know what we deal with. At any moment in America, it could become preferred again to kneel for the national anthem. Like when I watched the Super Bowl, I didn't see anybody kneeling. Did anybody kneel in the Super Bowl? I didn't see anybody.
I didn't see it. Now, before they went live on I can't remember if it was CBS or one of the they had it where the players come out and they were all arm in arm and they played something else and then they went back in the
Black
locker room.
National Anthem.
Yeah, that was the Alicia Keys song, right?
Yeah.
She sang that.
So, but from try to make everybody happy. Why don't they play the national anthem and do all the pre stuff before the teams come out for the final to play the game?
Right.
Because that way you make your audience happy, and then you don't have to deal with it.
Because didn't I see when the Packers hosted the Buccaneers that the Packers stayed in the locker room during the national anthem and came out afterwards?
I have no idea.
Different teams were doing it different ways.
But I think, so you speculate, it could be that Mark Cuban doesn't find the national anthem to be something to be embraced anymore, or he could just say, I'm tired of the controversy and I don't want to be in it. We don't know because he won't answer the question.
People are eating him up about it.
Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show, get a pair of the Raycon wireless earbuds and listen to our podcast archives. Use the TuneIn app or iHeartRadio to listen to us live. However, listen to the radio. However you get the program, you can listen to it with incredible sound with the Raycon wireless earbuds, about half the price of what some of the other earbud folks are wanting to sell you their earbuds for, and you don't have anything white dangling out of your ears. Much more discreet, much more comfortable fit. But you're going to love these Raycons earbuds. You can get yours by going to buyraycon.com. That's going to get you 15% off your order. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. Pretty good idea for Valentine's coming up Sunday. Might want to grab some Raycons for somebody. rickandbubba.com. Find them right there under the sponsors button. To the phones we go.
Let's clarify this tweet, too. Rick.
Okay, all right.
Dan Patrick did tweet that, and Speedy can give you the tweet, but it is the Dan Patrick who is the Lieutenant Governor of Texas, not Sports Dan Patrick, which I understand is confusing.
Right, yeah, because you came in, you said, man, Dan Patrick's really going after Mark Cuban, and then you start saying all these patriotic statements, and I'm like, didn't expect that.
Speedy, read that tweet right quick.
Yeah, and I think you kind of paraphrased it pretty good. It said, M. Cuban, your decision to cancel the national anthem at the Mavericks games is a slap in the face of every American and an embarrassment to Texas. Sell the franchise, and some Texas patriots will buy it. We are the land of the free and the home of the brave, and that is at Dan Patrick, but the Lieutenant Governor.
But it's not the Sports Dan Patrick. It's Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick.
Right.
What is the Sports Dan Patrick? What is his Twitter handle?
I bet he didn't have anything to say about it. When you first told me about him calling him about not being patriotic, I was like, man, wow.
I saw it on the screen up here. I thought, wow, he's getting after him.
Well, let's continue. Chris is in Dothan. He's listening to News Talk 103.9. Chris, welcome to the program. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks for your witness for Christ, and I appreciate you guys having fun while you witness for Christ. And Rick, just wanted to wish you and yours a happy anniversary and share some advice my dad gave me when I got married 18 years ago, that marriage is an institution, and everyone should be institutionalized.
That's good. Bill in Georgia. Thank you for that, sir. Bill, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good to see you this morning. Rick, congratulations on your marriage.
Thank you.
I want to wife, Bubba. The best thing for a diet, if you put it in your mouth and it tastes good, spit it out. See you later.
That's it.
Mac, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Green Acres and Instagram.
Thanks for the call, buddy. So what's on your mind?
I just wanted to ask you guys if you had read the infamous Time article from last week.
Time magazine. What was the topic?
The secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election.
The secret shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
No, I have not read it. No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, if you let me out, just read a couple lines for you.
Sure. Don't read a lot of it, and you may want to tell us more what it says. But 2 lines, I think we can deal.
Okay. They said the participants of the secret history of the 2020 election told, even though it sounds like a paranoid fever dream, a well-funded cabal of powerful people ranging across industries and ideologies working together behind the scenes to influence perceptions, change rules and laws, steer media coverage, and control the flow of information. They were not rigging the election, they were fortifying.
So really looking at Adler showing this on our YouTube option, they're proud of it. This is like congratulating the people who saved the election, right? And how they did it.
Yes, sir.
How about that? Yeah, that is interesting, and I appreciate you bringing it up. But no, I didn't see it. But, you know, what they're saying is we put a plan together, and it saved the 2020 election, and it got rid of Orange Man because Orange Man it's bad.
Oh, no.
Orange Man bad. and so they're saying we went out and we put together a game plan. We used modern technology and made it happen. That's
Now, are they saying they did it legally or illegally or what?
It sounds like they said save the election. I guess they're proud of it. Now, I don't think they would write an article saying they did something illegal unless they just don't care.
Listen,
yeah. I don't read
how people are.
I don't read Time magazine because it's usually through the lens of the left. But,
right.
But that's an interesting article. It certainly is. Shane out of Alabama. Shane, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Yes, sir.
Come on,
Hey,
Shane.
good morning, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just want to tell you, our church plant here in Alberta, Alabama, we're the Point Church, located right here in downtown. I had a couple guys been speaking with about getting a men's group going, and a couple of them suggested your curriculum. So
great.
Tonight is the fourth session of the identity section, and I'll tell you, that a better curriculum could not have been put together for men in this kind of geographical area. And just, I think it's really speaking to some guys. It relates in a way that they can understand, and it's just really going well. And I hope to see this men's group here in Alberta, Alabama, grow at the Point Church. And just some of the things that you bring out, one in particular hit the guys really good, and you could see the reactions on their faces that night when you talked about the things we love, we know the most about.
Oh, yeah.
Talked about our knowledge of Christ and the excuses we make,
Yep.
but yet ask us about our college football team, hunting, fishing, and it's things like that that really relate to these guys. And can't thank you guys enough for putting this together. And I think it's really, really impacting some guys. And, I'd like to see anybody that's in this area, if they want to jump in on something and just be a part of it, I think it's great. And I just personally thank you, and we look forward to each and every session.
Well, that is for the whole team, and there's a group of men that really work hard on those study guides, and like I say, my part is small compared to all those that publish it and put it all together. The work Adler does on it, and the work that the Man Church team does on that too. That's great news for them, because that was the intention, exactly what you're talking about. You can't really reach and disciple men unless you continue to speak to them like they're women and children, because that's not, men and women and children are all equal, but they're just not the same. And so that was the intention, and everything that you hear in those sessions, a lot of it, the part that I am responsible for is the journey in my own life. It's just saying I came to that conclusion that I was an expert on everything that I deemed a value or truly loved. It wasn't that I lacked study habits or an ability to grow and learn about something. It was that I was learning about the things I cared about. So that a lot of that comes straight out of my own journey and our team. So that's good news. And themanchurch.com, it's starting to really happen. And thank you for that affirmation.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. 27 years and still here. Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Team Rick and Bubba on the field and ready to go. And welcome back for a brand new hour. He might have number 12 on his jersey, but he wears number 1 in your heart. It's Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for sharing a few moments with us each and every day. We appreciate it.
Bubba, a couple of things. I know how you and I feel about this, and we are. I do not think we're going to be thrilled.
You mean the Triton submarine launch in the Atlantic?
Not that one.
Oh, okay.
Worse. Wizard of Oz remake being planned.
Oh, wow.
Good, not that movie. That movie scared me to death as a child. I don't want anything to do with Wizard of Oz. I don't care for Wizard of Oz.
The tornado scene was scary enough,
right?
And then you get into flying monkeys and witches. And it was
it's
scary man behind the curtain.
Frankly, I'd rather watch The Wiz than Wizard of Oz. So 80 years after the original film premiered, Hollywood is planning to remake The Wizard of Oz.
Don't you know it'll be sweet this time?
Can you imagine?
That movie scared me to death.
Terrified us. terrified us.
I didn't like it.
That witch terrified
there was
me.
Nothing I liked.
Flying monkey.
I can still see your sister's legs out from under that house. And
and them striped socks.
Now she's mad.
Them flying monkeys are the ones that got
the
me.
flying monkeys were horrifying.
I used to have nightmares.
For all that they were facing, I wish somebody would have give poor little Dorothy a heads up. Throw water on the witch and she'll melt.
Yeah, if it was that, if it was that easy, we could have done that way before.
That would have been really valuable information earlier.
I mean, we could have got rid of her early in the movie.
Who would have thought water was all it took?
Yeah.
Of course, I guarantee this will be that old CG stuff, and
here he goes.
There'll be CG
let me tell
monkeys.
you don't think it won't be politically correct?
I couldn't figure out how they got them monkeys to learn how to fly in that last one.
Does anybody remember? And I remember when this movie came out. Never watched it. Never have seen it. Don't have a desire to see it. I don't think. Anybody here, and Rick, nobody on Team Rick and Bubba's done this, possibly Adler. Did anybody ever watch 2013 James Franco, Oz the Great and Powerful?
No, never saw it.
Anyone?
No.
I don't even remember it remotely what you just read.
Yeah, I don't. I think I remember seeing like a promo of it, like in passing. And this is supposed to have been like a prequel. Oz the Great and Powerful. Didn't see that one.
I didn't see
I mentioned The Wiz. That's been a remake. That was a Broadway show.
Right.
Remember that? And they.
I thought you were kidding, by the way, when you said that.
Michael Jackson.
No,
you know about The Wiz?
I did not.
Yeah,
Michael Jackson was in it, wasn't he?
Yeah, him and Nipsey.
I thought you were making it funny.
Him and Nipsey Russell, right?
I think you're right, Greg.
Diana Ross was
Diana Ross for sure.
Yeah. Michael Jackson was a scarecrow. Nipsey Russell was Tin Man.
And Oz didn't do nothing to the Tin Man.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I don't know if you could get away with that now.
I don't think you could.
So I don't like this term, fresh take on reimagining the tale.
Rick,
watch out.
That's what I'm saying. Get ready for political correctness that you can't even imagine yet.
No.
What's the one on Broadway everybody loved? If something to do with
Wicked.
Wicked.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's Oz noted again did nothing to the Tin Man. So also an update: Kobe Bryant's crash caused by pilot's poor decision.
Yeah, I think we all saw that one.
The National Transportation Safety Board has concluded yesterday that the pilot, I can't pronounce his name, his poor decision making is likely the cause of the helicopter crash
disoriented
that killed the NBA star and 8 others, including his daughter.
I think this is one of those cases where he wanted to come through for Kobe when the weather did not indicate that, and he just didn't want to say, "Hey, your daughter's going to miss her basketball game till the fog lifts," and he said, "I'll get you there. I want to be the hero."
Well,
it didn't work out.
And this guy wasn't no rookie. I mean, he had a lot of experience.
Well, he was Bubba's all over that, and this is the problem.
He wanted to please.
Got himself in a bind.
This is the problem that we see with entertainers. We see it, unfortunately, when we keep seeing story after story when we have someone, even in ministry, that starts to gain some sort of celebrity, even within the church world, or these celebrity pastors and stuff, and comedians, is that unfortunately when you surround yourself with people that are enamored with you, it never really serves you well.
Yeah.
And this was a guy that was enamored with Kobe's celebrity and made poor decisions he would not have made if Kobe was not a celebrity. And unfortunately, it cost Kobe and his daughter and the 7 others. And then you see this in this world of, on some of the things we keep hearing about the downfall of these other men, because then you have people that won't hold you accountable, and people start acting differently than they would if they were not enamored with you. So, yeah, I think he wanted to come through and be the guy that got him where he wanted to go, and I can understand that, but it's sad, it really is. But it looks like that's what it is. He got disoriented, as you said, and
in the fog. They have a lot of steep mountains there in that area.
Yeah.
It just seems like, though, there's from a piloting standpoint, if you can't see, you trust your instruments, and it ought to be able
even
to
if it
tell
don't
you
feel right
where you are and how high you should be. How about this? Whatever the highest mountain is, let's go 200 foot over that. Let's just stay high.
Yeah. So,
and I don't know. I'm not a pilot. I'm talking out of school, of course.
Right.
That's why
it's never stopped us before.
Right.
No.
I noticed we're trying to be better about that, though.
You know what? There's been improvements.
But they did investigate it, and they have come to the conclusion that that's what happened. It was pilot error.
Yep. And, I tell you, when I was watching, here I go again. I'm back on this again. We talked about it yesterday when I was watching that show, Air Disasters. I don't know why I watched that.
Yeah, that's not a good show to watch if you want to fly ever again.
Right, because
boy, some of the disasters. Wow.
I tell you, the one that got me was the one where everybody can't figure out what happened with this guy, and then they finally find out late in the investigation that he was on a cocaine binge the night before and was partying.
Oh, it's like that movie with Denzel.
It was exactly like that.
When he flew the plane upside down.
Yeah.
Well, that's quite an exaggeration, but it was pretty cool.
Right. Not sure that can happen, but but it's a movie. And it's Denzel.
Boy, how about that character he made? You could feel him.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
Well, that's a great actor.
He did a great job.
He's a great actor.
Golly.
Look, anything with Denzel in it, I'll give it a shot.
Oh, yeah.
Has anybody seen, I know that my boys, the middle ones, went to see Little Things, the new movie.
Yeah, I've been wanting to see it.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, but I wonder if he's in
Everything
it.
he
Beatty
does.
has seen it.
Everything he does is great.
We'll come back. We'll phone troll. 10 lines available. You can get in. Harry Murdahl's ready. 866 We Be Big. Talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, Will of Meat, still in play. Wednesday Bible study back today. Live at noon on our YouTube channel, 1 o'clock Eastern. Then it'll be archived and put out on all of our social media platforms, and you can watch it or listen to it on your own time.
A long distance directory assistance, area code
30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, buzzer will grab you. Unless Bubba or Helms gives you a timeout. Let's start with Brian.
They warm it up.
Out of Memphis. Bubba, it's midnight in Memphis, and all the girls are out tonight. All right, let's go, Brian. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
3 acres, guys.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
Hey.
Go ahead.
2 things. Little Things is on HBO Max. Story Music yesterday. Big John, Jimmy D.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen?
Was there a question? I missed it. I didn't follow.
I think he tried to tell me where that you can get on HBO Max, which I don't have, and I haven't downloaded this new Denzel. You know, this is a new thing with the pandemic.
Oh, I know.
They'll release them either straight to streaming or to theaters and streaming. Take your pick. And HBO Max undoubtedly has the rights to it, and they released it as it was released in theaters. I was wanting to ask him if it was any good. I can't. Any count. And then he threw in that we didn't play Big Bad John by Jimmy Dean on Story Songs yesterday. I think that's what he said.
I believe you're right.
He only took 13 seconds.
Big Bad John.
He had plenty of time.
Big Bad John. Rick, little sweets in the room.
Oh, gosh, that's good. That's good, Greg. That is good. Okay.
Rick, this is totally behind the scenes. I just wanted to add to our conversation that we just had in the hall. I got it confused with the movie Sully.
Okay.
Oh, okay. My goodness.
That helps, though.
That
helps me.
Time out.
Yeah.
I was thinking Flight and Sully were the same movie. I was thinking Denzel Washington landed his plane upside down in the Hudson.
My goodness.
All right, let me ask you this.
I'm mixing all kinds of things up.
Let me tell you this. Do you think that they would cast Denzel Washington to play Scully?
Scully? Yeah.
Sully.
Is it Sully?
It's Sully, I think.
I'm going to go back this again.
That's
Have
two
you ever
different
seen
things.
Scully or Sully?
Sully was a hero.
It's Sully.
Yes.
You're comparing him to a movie of a guy who the character was on cocaine and alcohol while flying planes.
I'd mix them all together. I thought
you ever seen Sully?
I thought
Flight's not based on a true story.
I have not seen either of the movies. I thought Flight was based on a true story. I thought the guy really flipped it upside down. I was like, wow, that's amazing. Flipped it upside down, then landed in the Hudson. That's incredible.
And
what a pilot.
Somehow he was a black pilot when he was flying there, and when he got out on the side on the wing, he was white.
It scared him. I mean, I've heard of being scared, but that's crazy.
He vacillates from race to race.
Yeah, crazy.
So, just clarifying.
Yeah,
that's why I was so confused.
Okay, buddy.
I'm not as stupid as it seemed a second ago.
No, that's fine.
As stupid.
Yeah, and I'll take back my comment about I have some bad news about the Avengers for you.
Right.
Okay.
That's funny, by the way.
And Rick, to your point, Scully. Hey, Scully was actually the CEO of
Sully
Apple.
or Scully?
No, of Apple.
Who?
When you said Scully,
there was a CEO of Apple named Scully. I didn't even know that.
Oh, okay. I thought that maybe
was that
where
before
you
Tim
were going.
Cook?
The
Well, what's
Steve
the
Jobs
pilot
world. Sully.
Okay.
Sully.
But you said
Sullenberger.
Scully. I'm saying there is a Scully
there is a Scully.
floating. John Scully was a
And
big time CEO for
With
Pepsi.
my problem with names,
and then
I'm
with
just going to
Apple.
stay out of
That's
this one.
right.
Yeah.
Sully did not turn the plane upside down
Tom
to land
Hanks.
in the Hudson.
No, he landed it, but not upside down. And he wasn't on cocaine and drinking vodka.
Right. Adler took 2 plane
And
movies.
he wasn't black.
And he did a mash. He did a mashup.
He took two movies and mashed them into one.
Let's go to
Denzel's good now.
Charlie out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Denzel Washington is great. Knoxville, Tennessee. Charlie, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I'm not going to talk about food because, honestly, y'all been giving me the munchies the last couple of days.
Understood.
I was going to ask you, Tim Allen, he's a Republican. He's got strong views about that, or seems to. Tool Time, he claims that it was pretty much canceled because of his viewpoints. Now Last Man Standing is coming to an end, and I can't find anything that tells me one way or the other, but do you think it's being...
Yeah, I didn't know that Home Improvement was canceled because it was used. I thought they just ended that season.
I'm not.
But I know Last Man Standing was removed and then was brought back.
Did
Fox picked it up.
Yeah, it got canceled because there was some assumptions that it was because of the conservative leaning.
Right.
It was brought back by, was it Fox?
Yeah.
Because it had good numbers when it was canceled.
And they've had, 3-4 years since then?
And then they're done with it now.
Yeah. And
Are they done with it now?
I think it may have just kind of run its course from a writing standpoint.
They've had 9 seasons.
Yeah.
So,
but did Tim Allen, the actor, face issues because of his views?
I don't know.
Yes, I think he did.
Considering the show,
ham radio operator too, Rick.
Oh, the show did have high ratings and they canceled.
Yeah,
so
that's what looks suspicious about it, right?
Yeah, if a network lets you go with high ratings and revenue, then it's not about the show.
No,
it's about something else. Mm-hmm. We continue. Jeremy out of the great state of Texas. Jeremy, go ahead. Welcome to the program. 30 seconds.
Hey, look, the little things, right? I'm a Denzel fan, but hands down, the absolute worst movie I've ever seen in the past 5 years.
Really?
Rick and Malik is horrible.
Oh, no.
And I would much rather watch Adler and Hamzy and Brokeback Mountain 2.
Wow. It must really be bad.
Let's go to Renee.
How about that acting job?
In Alabama. Renee, go ahead.
It's the worst movie ever made.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Well, I won't fool with it. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Of course,
I went back and just started watching Time to Die movies. It was like, no. I
Okay,
can't
why
continue.
do you say it's the worst movie? Was it the plot or what?
The plot was stupid. The ending was stupid. You think it's going to end and have a great ending and he's going to be the hero, and he's not.
That wasn't
What
me.
does that make
Oh,
the
wow.
movie?
That
bad?
wasn't me.
She just spoiled it for
That
a lot of
wasn't
folks.
me.
Yeah.
It was the worst Denzel movie, and I love Denzel. I watch every movie he makes. I love him.
So when it was over, you went and watched Remember the Titans. Got over.
All right, let me ask you that. All right, so Renee, because I'm also a huge
Tide.
Denzel Washington fan.
Yeah, it is.
Do you not like it because we hold the Denzel Washington products to a higher standard, or was it just, or could it just have been any actors, and we wouldn't have liked it either?
No, I hold Denzel higher because he's supposed to be the hero in all the movies.
For some reason, she's mad because he's not the hero.
In the world's better.
She don't like the plot.
He wasn't the greatest guy in the world in flight.
No, Rick. He was a hero, though.
Yeah, and I've seen him play bad people before in other movies.
Yes.
Yeah, even when he's played bad people.
You
I
ever
like
seen
to
Training
watch
Day?
him.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah, he was pretty bad there.
Yeah, he was. All right, thanks, Renee. Appreciate that. Let's go to Scott in Alabama. Scott, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Buddy. Getting after it.
I heard that. Hey, listen, I just want to make a comment about the national anthem. I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. I mean, it is kind of an old, antiquated song, and we should switch over to something that, more properly reflects our state and where our nation's headed. So I vote for Highway to Hell by AC/DC.
Oh, that's great, by the way. Rick,
Everybody, please stand for our new national anthem.
We're scared to death of the lyrics, but that riff is really good.
Let's go to Tim in Tennessee. Tim, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Tim.
I think the politicians need to realize that we pay their paycheck, not them, and start voting for what the people want.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. I think they've forgotten about that, Tim. And and we let them get away with stuff over and over again. I mean, why would they change their behavior?
We need to do what Trump said: fire them all.
Well, that opportunity may present itself.
He pretty much did. And everybody that worked for him, at some point, he fired him.
Yeah, he did. So, Greg, what's Trump going to say on March 4th?
Rick, you just wait and see. Hey, keep mocking. The more you're talking, the more I'm mocking.
So, it's like
keep on.
All right, let's take a.
Now, I think a better question is what will Trump say on March 5th?
No, let's go back this again straight up. Okay, let's we're running out of time. I want to take a vote. If Trump is not back in power on March 4th, the people who say that, and then March 5th shows up.
Yeah.
Did they finally say it's over, or did they say, well, what we meant was April 21st?
Yeah, it'll be April 15th.
They keep moving.
Will it move to a different day?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Tax day. That's when it's going to be.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Let's go. All right, listen up. Love you. Want to shoot you straight on something. You're probably paying too much for your automobile and homeowner's insurance. You didn't put a lot of effort into it. You didn't research it. I didn't either. I just went with the same agency that my family always used. Just wanted to get it off my plate. Hey, I want to get this car. I got to have insurance on it in the state I live in. Hey, I can't get my mortgage done until I show them proof of homeowner's insurance. So with that being the way we usually approach it, odds are we just figure it's all about the same. You know what you think, Greg? It's all about the same. I'm sure it's the same. Well, no, that may not be the case.
It's all the same.
Gabby.com/Bubba is saving people on average $960 a year, and in a lot of cases even more than that. Saw one of our emailers the other day said it saved them over $2,000 a year. Watch it. Because they got multiple cars on one thing. So here's the deal. Here's how it works. It doesn't cost you anything, and they can get it done in just a few minutes. Go to Gabby.com, G-A-B-I, Gabby.com/Bubba. Enter your insurance information, and then they'll pull up in just a few seconds. Allstate, Farmers, State Farm, Travelers, Amica, Progressive, Nationwide, 40 different ones. There's more, all the big names. And then you look at what you're paying on the automobile, and then look what you're paying on your home, and then you compare to the exact same coverage with somebody else and see if they offer you a better deal. And if it's substantial, you move. If it's not, you go, okay, I feel pretty good about where I am. Gabby.com/Bubba. GABI.com/Bubba. Now more than ever, don't throw money away unnecessarily. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You can find that under the sponsors button. A couple of stories, and this is starting to concern me because we go back to, and I hate to bring this up, but I will, the election of 2020. And we keep hearing, we had a congressman sit right here on mic number 3 I'm pointing at, and for those of you who can't see it, and tell us that Trump's lawyers in a lot of places didn't do a very good job of getting their paperwork filed and getting it presented in a way that the court would hear it, and they were sloppy with the things they were doing. Now, I thought that Trump always hired the best of the best and the best of the best. Well, here we go again. Now, on the impeachment hearing, we're now seeing this latest attorney for Donald Trump. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. David S-C-H-O-E-N. Schoen?
I don't know. I'm guessing.
Says he'll have to do better next time, Bubba, because people said his presentation was disorganized.
He said that?
Yeah.
Well, he said that to someone who was unhappy with him.
Why do these lawyers for Trump keep doing a sloppy job?
Well, again, I didn't see it yesterday, and it makes for a better day sometimes. The comment was made by Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican from Louisiana, that actually he was one that had changed his vote from it being unconstitutional last time. He flipped over to say it was. And he was complimentary of the House managers prosecuting the case and was negative toward Trump's attorney. And he even may have said something to him. And the lawyer's response to him was, "I'm sorry you feel that way. I'll have to do better next time."
So what is this comment after several Republican senators criticized the presentation?
I think several people have been critical of it. But the comment he made was in response to this one guy saying something to him.
So, but did this seem to be a theme we keep hearing? Every time Trump has a lawyer make a presentation for him, people say, "Well, that was subpar."
Well,
I mean, are they not doing a good job?
I tell you one that I think he's had was good was Jay Sekulow.
No doubt.
The first time around. Now, I don't know. Is he even in this time? I haven't seen his name mentioned with it.
Well, you remember, too, even what's his name that loves the Constitution, but he's not even a Republican that defended him.
Alan Dershowitz.
Yeah. I mean, I thought he did a great presentation by saying this is what the Constitution says. This is not political. This is constitutional.
Well, some of them were critical of him, too. You keep in mind, when you get that many egos in a room, somebody's going to be critical of everything.
Yeah. Well, I'm a kind of person, if I hear something one time, I don't pay any attention to it. I really don't.
But I understand what you're saying.
But if I start hearing this multiple times, I start thinking, well, what's going on here? Are we not making good decisions on legal teams on this stuff?
Well, you have to ask. You got to look at what's our win-loss record.
Right, yeah. So anyway, I didn't see it, so I can't make a comment on that.
Here's the thing. I don't think it's going to really matter about the case presented, who defends Trump, who prosecutes him, and all that, the votes are pretty much already decided within one or two. So the Dems are all going to vote to kick him out. The Republicans, with all the exception of about 5, are going to vote to acquit, which will be enough. And then you got about 5 or 6 in the middle that could go either way. More than likely will vote against Trump because they never liked him. Mitt Romney being one of them.
Yeah, well,
and the usual band of rhinos.
Yeah. Mitt Romney is I put him in the category like I do with a lot of Democrats. How much longer, Mitt, we got? Can you and John Kerry not find something else to do?
There was a time in our state that every time, and I know Hal Heflin has a lot of family in our state, and maybe he served us well at one time, but when I was a young man, toward the end of his career, he was a joke, and he was an embarrassment. And you knew people were looking at us going, can y'all not do any better in Alabama than that? And, I'm kind of looking to Utah a little bit that way now. We've had a full course of Mitt Romney. I mean, it's just Mitt Romney. I'm about with him like I am some of the others. Can he not hold down a regular job? Is that it? Is this all he can do?
Right.
Y'all probably can do better than that too. I'm kind of done with Mitt.
Yep. To Jason in
Talking
Alabama.
about lifetime politicians.
Yeah. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys.
Hey,
look, this lawyer Trump hired, he was an absolute joke. He was. Have you ever seen anybody like when the preacher said they rock back and forth like a thing on a piano that's keeping time? He did that as he talked, and then he would do the weirdest thing. He would take a drink of water, take the cap, and then put his offhand on top of his head as he drank the water. He was weird, and you couldn't keep up with it.
Yeah, that's a big thing going around today.
Boy, I hate I missed that.
It's something to do with he's Jewish, and it's something to do with something Jewish thing.
What?
Sure.
Greg, can you give us any more on that?
Yeah, it's just something about when you drink water and putting your hand on your head. It was something to do with this.
And he would do it a lot.
Really?
So it's a Jewish thing.
I'm not familiar with that Jewish custom.
It's
don't remember that.
I'm leaving a few
Levitical
details
law,
out, but
yeah, it was distracting.
You just threw out it's a Jewish thing.
That's what I saw, like a story about that.
Right. Well, maybe someone Jewish will call us and clarify.
You have to put your hand on your head while you're drinking water?
Yep.
Really?
According to what I read.
That is totally foreign.
Yeah, something like that.
Look, Rick, there's a picture. Great job, Adler.
He did that every time.
Now, was that initially, was that to keep their...
Is this a yarmulke thing?
Yarmulke from falling off
top
or
of my
something?
head covered?
Maybe it's just a habit that he has because of that. I don't know.
Rick, maybe they didn't want it to fall off while they were drinking water and they threw their head back or something. You go.
That's something like that.
That actually
That's
makes a
just
lot
what
of
it
sense.
said.
I mean, I'm not.
Y'all, to be honest, it's as good as anything's on the table.
Yeah, I'll accept that as a possibility. So
Orthodox Jew.
So here's here we have a caller that says they watched it and paid attention to it. And they didn't think he did a very good job either, and so.
If that's not your normal customary thing, you look at it and go, wow, that's strange. That's odd.
He says
it's kind of like on Everybody Loves Raymond, where the brother, every time he takes a bite, he touches his spoon with to his chin before he takes a bite. It was kind of that mode of like, what is he doing?
Do y'all remember on My Cousin Vinny?
Not sure why that popped in my head.
When the guy, he didn't want to use Vinny, and he had his own lawyer come in, the court appointed, and he looked like he had it, and then he goes up there to give the opening speech, and he starts stuttering. You know, he looks like, hey, this guy looks like he's got it going on. Also, he starts going,
Here it is. Here's what
I wouldn't go in there without Jay Sekulow at all.
No, I wouldn't either.
I love Jay Sekulow.
Here's what a rabbi is saying, because he says this man is an Orthodox Jewish man, and it says that each time we eat or drink something, we say a blessing to thank God, and we cover our head, typically, Bubba, with a yarmulke to show respect and to acknowledge that there's someone above us. So when he drinks water, he's thanking God for the water.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
gotcha.
That's what that's for. So,
it wasn't just a strange tick.
It wasn't a nervous tick.
Yeah.
Is there a particular hand or what's the
Just like the right hand up.
But is that
depends on what hand you're drinking
yeah,
on.
I guess.
Well, does that matter? I mean,
it's a good question.
It's a good question.
Probably.
Learn a lot on this show.
Yeah, I mean, it probably does. If you go to the extent of you got to cover your head, they're probably going to tell you which hand to do it with.
Yeah. So
that's a good point.
Well, if that's the case, it's ball in the left, one on the right, according to him.
Yeah, if he's doing it correctly, that appears to be the way to do it.
Let's say you don't know that, which nobody knew it. As you're watching that, you're going, "Wow, where'd you get this guy?"
Yeah, but I got to go back to
well, it wasn't that. It was all over the road. You had some people that said one did good, the other one didn't.
It's just like that Denzel movie. Some people like it, some people didn't.
Yeah,
right.
Lindsey Graham said it took a long time for Trump's lawyers to get to the meat of the question.
So he didn't like it.
Is that your Lindsey Graham? Where'd that come from?
His voice is better than that. You know, he sounds kind of like this.
Yeah, he's got that. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Kind of like this.
It's 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you all for being with us. We make our way back. We have a wacky world.
How bizarre! How bizarre!
Look around the wacky.
Ooh, baby.
Technology can bite you, Bubba.
Well, Rick, being on Zoom is now standard procedure for most everything, even in courtrooms. And we had a Texas courtroom that had a little problem with their Zoom presentation, and you can check it out here for yourself.
All right, so here it is.
Do we have audio with it?
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings.
He's looking.
You might want to
We're trying to. Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to.
It's better than I thought it was. So much better.
I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
Wait a minute. Stop it. Stop it. Just a second. So the filter he has on is full screen of a little kitten, and it follows your movement. When he would shake his head or you move your mouth or move your eyes, it would do the same thing. But the last line is so funny when he says, "I'm not a cat."
Guys, hearing this,
Let's hear it
nobody
again.
knew it.
Let's hear it again.
And he sounds like an older guy too. It makes him even better.
And this is the judge talking
I
to him.
believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings. You might want to take a look.
Trying to. Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but
How did
I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
You want to clear that up?
I'm here live. I'm not a cat. That is one of the funniest things I've seen in 2 or 3 days.
I love how he cuts his eyes.
What?
Yeah,
Something going on there. Yeah. When he looks down at the keyboard, the cat looks down. And when I love it, he says, "I'm here, Judge. I want to continue. I want to move forward. I am not a cat.
I'm not a cat.
What if that guy's representing you? Don't you feel good?" And it sounds like some codger on there.
He ain't got a clue.
I mean, this is the first computer he sit behind. You know?
I'm real.
Well,
I'm not a cat.
It's so funny because
look at him, shakes his head and agrees. Yeah, I'm here.
He starts talking with the judge. Well, Judge,
Greg, that's so good. That's so much better than I thought it was going to be.
I was not giving the story anything.
But I'm thankful I saw it.
I know. I didn't think it was funny.
Greg, what's funny is it's not near that bad. Okay, it's nowhere near that bad. Okay, but so I'm on the last couple of Tuesday nights. Last night, I'm involved in a Bible study that's on Zoom only. So what's funny is, first of all, you have the Brady Bunch set up, and the guy teaching it says, "I want to see that because it's hard to teach looking into a computer. So I like seeing everybody. It makes me feel like that everybody's there." Well, some people, are technically savvy. Some are not. Some are in between. First of all, you have to, when he starts, the people that forget to put mute on, and he'll be talking here, and stuff like that, and there are people moving around. But the funniest was because it's a very deep study on the Revelation. Well, you know how people try to get cute on the things that they go up on the screen to represent themselves like a cat or whatever? Right. It's not to that level, so we're not going that far. But if you get to the seriousness of it, of like a study of the Revelation, well, what he had put on his phone, well, the line from Full Metal Jacket, "This is my gun, there's only one like it." Well, he has on his screen, "This is my phone, and there's only one like it." And it's that whole speech from Full Metal Jacket, and he can't get it off the screen. No. But he wants to ask a question about the Revelation.
And it's that right there in front.
And all of a sudden, you hear the voice, "Hey, this is done. I don't know how to get my video thing working. I'm sorry." And as he's asking this serious Revelation question, it's got a joke right there on the screen. "This is my phone, and there's only one like it." And there's just something hilarious about that.
There's no other phone like this one.
"I'm sorry, I understand what's on the screen. I can't get it off." Now, that's not to the level of a cat.
It's not a talking cat.
Now, you get a cat ask a question about the Revelation. Now, you really got something. But
let's hear it one more time.
Gosh, I got to say it again. Just again and again.
I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings.
Look at the guy above him.
You might want to take
we're
a look.
trying to. Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
That's the best line. I'm here live. I'm not
It's
a cat.
almost like he was wanting to say, let's just go ahead and talk. I know it's a cat y'all are looking at.
Look, yeah, that's what he was saying.
Hey, Judge, if you can handle the cat face, I'm ready to move forward.
Let's move forward.
I'll do the deposition.
How did the judge keep a straight face? I would have died laughing.
Oh, my gosh.
The other guy was playing with his phone. He wasn't paying attention. I hope he's not representing you.
He couldn't care less. I don't know how he missed
Somebody said that guy, the other one, was going to do Trump's presentation today.
Oh, maybe not as thirsty as that other.
We continue. 866 We Be Big to Montgomery. Your name is not on the board. I'm sorry, but Montgomery talking about Trump's lawyer. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, this is Jason out of Montgomery.
Hey, Jason, go ahead, buddy.
Well, first off, man, happy anniversary. God bless.
Thank you.
Hope y'all have a good day.
Thank you.
But when I listened to Fox last night, they was playing this, and the first line that his lawyer said when he come out of the gate is, we had a certain way that we were going to go, but they did such a good job presenting their case that they could do something else. And so that's what kind of caught everybody off guard, because they were caught by surprise that the den were prepared. And he was stuttering and stammering, didn't really know what to do, and that's why he was just pitiful.
Okay, well, there's another opinion of someone who actually saw it. Yeah, you probably don't.
He's giving it a thumbs down.
You probably don't want to start off by saying, "Wow, I didn't know the people who were arguing against me would do such a good job. I guess now I better do something different."
Yeah,
that's probably not the way to get started.
Even if you're thinking that, I don't know that I would say
you
it.
think he was thinking and accidentally said it?
You must have.
At that point, you might want to be a cat on the screen.
Yeah,
I just
that actually came out of my mouth.
Yeah, well, we know that they were.
What if Trump's lawyers today came in virtual and they were cats on the screen?
Well, what you have, when you start, there's been so many, and a lot of this is the left going against Trump, and I acknowledge that. I mean, what else can you do if they keep going after you? You got to have, some representation. But I think even in the legal world, and you could see this story coming up to this, there is defending Trump fatigue. Look, man, I just can't be part of anymore defending Trump. I mean, not that's not anti-Trump. It's just more
exhausting.
This is exhausting.
Everybody's attacking you.
They're trying to impeach somebody that's not even president anymore. I don't want to get involved in this, and so you end up maybe with the only people that would actually say, "Well, I'll try it."
Well, you would think if you were successful last time, you might bring those same guys back.
Well, I think some of those didn't want to do it. I think he tried to get some of the ones he'd had in the past, and they didn't want to. Now, why he didn't have Jay Sekulow, I don't know. Don't know that story. So, top of the hour.
Jay Sekulow put out an article about why this was illegal to do, and they should have just read it.
Yeah, just read it word for word. Thank y'all for being with us. If we're wrapping up our time together today, Lord willing, we'll talk to you tomorrow. If you have more Rick and Bubba today, top of the hour, and we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6.5 minutes past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. We're back. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here for another hour. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Never stopped you. It's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so you want to do some COVID update here stuff?
Yeah.
Well, COVID-19 updates, vaccines, trying to roll out, trying to make those more accessible. It looks like, Bubba, that CVS, Walgreens, and other pharmacies will now begin delivering the COVID-19 vaccine within days.
So that means you can get a shot there? What does that say?
I think that's what it means.
I saw where Walmart's going to have them and start.
They're ready to. They're poised is the word to use, but we don't use that a lot.
No, we don't.
To roll out at major pharmacies throughout the country, including the nation's two largest, which we mentioned, CVS and Walgreens. Oh, Rite Aid got kicked to the curb, didn't it? Mm-hmm. They got consumed, didn't they?
They did.
So a lot of empty Rite Aid buildings, and you kind of wonder what's going to happen next. Didn't Walgreens consume them?
You know, there's been so many murders.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
they're right.
Yeah, you may be correct.
Yep.
Now I don't know how long it'll take you to get down to old Billy Bob's pharmacy and get one. I don't know. You know, the ones that are independents and all that, but they may even be ahead of the game. I don't know.
Would they be more efficient than a lot of the places that are taking on vaccines right now? We had a caller earlier that was told to be at the public health department at a certain time, and they've been standing in line for hours.
Oh yeah.
Oh well. Some of it's hey, you're just getting warmed up.
Yeah, some of it is very inefficient. Some of it is very efficient.
Mm-hmm.
It's all according to where you are. Mom and Dad get their second booster Monday, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's extremely frustrating on my parents in Huntsville. They're on two lists, and they're 80 and 78 and can't get it. I mean, they just won't. I mean, you're waiting for an email. You're waiting for a call. I get that. They got to wait their turn, whatever. But they haven't, I think, opened up 65 and over in Huntsville. If I'm right, and they still hadn't.
Right.
They still hadn't gotten a call.
So how has our mom and dad gotten theirs with no problem? And your mom and dad
I have no idea
when they're in the same age group.
I don't know if it's.
They may need to check back.
I don't know. Well, they have. I don't know if it's the county. And so the problem you have is you call these hotlines and it's just a volunteer that can't answer any questions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sir, I don't know. I just wait for a call. I don't know. They don't know. I don't know. It's just frustrating. And I know Huntsville Hospital is doing one as well. They can't get a call back for them either. So who knows? But they're waiting.
9,000 pharmacies in the Walgreen world, 17 states included. They think they're going to start Friday.
Wow.
Why is it just 17 states?
I don't know, but that's what they're saying. And then over here on CVS, they're going to do 10,000 locations, including their pharmacies inside Target, and they're starting tomorrow.
Wow.
So there we go.
So we're going to have
these
those
appointment?
I don't know. So CVS says 350 of their locations in 11 states will start tomorrow, and they don't give the number on Walgreens on how many of their locations, but they say 17 states by Friday.
Okay, here it is. It says at Walgreens, which has more than 9,000 pharmacies. That's vaccinations will be provided at certain stores in 17 states, including Arizona, Chicago, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Kentucky, Maryland, New Hampshire, New Mexico, New York City, North Carolina, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, Vermont, Wisconsin, and West Virginia.
So there we go. So that's it. Seems to be getting more readily available. We hope.
Now, Rick, here's Rite Aid down here. It says other pharmacies chosen to deliver vaccines at certain locations are Walmart, Rite Aid, Kroger, Publix, Costco, Albertson, Safeway, and Meijer.
So there are some Rite Aids that still exist.
I guess so.
I guess just where we live, they were consumed.
I don't know.
Because I know our Rite Aid.
I believe it was Walgreens that bought them.
Yeah, our Rite Aids where we live are empty. Yeah. And Walgreens took them over.
If you notice, there's a Walgreens right across the street from most
locations.
locations.
Well, the reason why I thought Walgreens consumed them where we live is because when they were going under, they said go to Walgreens at Rite Aid. They fill your prescriptions now. We don't.
Yeah.
So I assume that must be the new parent company. Speaking of issues, how about Colin Cowherd? He's got some issues. He is not on the air right now with the herd because X-rays, even though he tested negative for COVID-19, he was experiencing sharp pain in the right side of the chest. I'm going to say this again. He has tested negative for COVID-19, but they found a small blood clot in his right lung.
That was limiting breathing, yes.
But he tested negative for COVID-19.
Well, you can have blood clot.
Yeah. Oh, I know that. But what I'm talking about is they're saying one of the things that COVID can do
some of it does,
is produce blood clots in your lungs. So
they expected him to test positive, and he did.
You wonder
if the deal if he, because there's other conditions that can
no doubt. But you know what I mean. Right now, though, if you got a blood clot,
happens, they say,
it's going to be blamed on COVID.
Oh, sure.
Maybe it's a reminder of one or two things: the tests are not very accurate, or that we have other things.
Yeah,
we still have other ailments.
Right.
He said he was out to dinner and he started feeling the pain, and he called someone that came and grabbed him, got him to the emergency room pretty quickly, but it was quite the scare.
Yeah. Greg, to answer your question, awaiting the results of blood work to help determine the cause of the clot, said that his blood work was delayed because he followed instructions from Bill Bubba Bussey. Saying he didn't have to fast.
He ain't got to fast.
They're saying Tom Brady's got
Well, fasting, I don't care about that.
That's overrated.
Yeah, they'll make a note of that in my blood.
Yeah.
Box. So they'll do a little box over there. Now this is, y'all laughed about this in the kickoff hour, and this falls under this, but I got to repeat it again.
The days of America.
The absurdity that we now live in, and they did this in the kickoff hour, but it's been a while. Elon University in North Carolina, very, very leftist, liberal school, Elon University. Well, they decided that they were going to put together a system to try to let white people know about their complicity in injustice, and they wanted to get white people together, white caucuses, give white people a space to learn about and process their awareness, basically, of how evil they really are.
Yeah, not knowing it.
That we have unknowingly been complicit in unjust systems, and now we're going to go learn how not to harm our friends of color. That's what it was designed for, the Young Americans Foundation. Would you like to know why Tuesday's White Caucus event had to be canceled? Are you ready for this? Are you ready?
I saw it.
Because it excluded people of color.
You talk about just falling all over yourself, circling around and just wiping people out without looking at what you're saying.
We need to get the white people together in a room to speak to them frankly about how complicit they are unknowingly in unjust behavior toward people of color. We need white people in one room, and we need to address this issue. Well, we've got to cancel it because we want to do a white-only caucus to educate white people on how evil they are, but we have to cancel it because we didn't invite people of color to hear us tell them how evil they are. I guess. I don't know.
This goes back to we thought we were doing what you wanted us to do,
right?
And you still don't like that either.
Well, remember, Greg, I live in a time, don't miss this, where I am not allowed to acknowledge gender unless a certain gender has made gender history. Then,
good point.
If it's the first ever female vice president, I must acknowledge that. If not, and get canceled.
Yeah.
Because what I could say is, well, I thought I wasn't supposed to see gender.
Yeah.
That means there's no gender that should be celebrated more than the other gender.
Yeah.
No, we want you to celebrate female gender. Well, that's a gender. Yeah, but don't say gender. Wait a minute. I'm very confused. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, try following that.
You're right.
and leave some breadcrumbs on your way into the woods on that one.
And then you're like you say, also like
Colorblind.
talk about the colorblind. If you say that, well, that's racist.
We dream of a world where Martin Luther King Jr. dreamed of a world where no one was judged by the color of their skin but by their character. And you go, so we want to have a colorblind society. Colorblind? Well, that's racist. Wait a minute. Well, what if I acknowledge color? Well, that's racist too. Okay, I'm confused.
I'm telling you.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, live on the YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after for consumption on your own time, if that's what you prefer. Or to go back and pick up things maybe you missed. Well, Bubba, it's anytime we have a Bigfoot or UFO story, I mean, it always intrigues us.
We got some light we can shed on this one.
Twitter has lit up, and you know, if there's something going on Twitter, you must investigate it. UFO talk after light seen in the Florida sky, and it got everybody stirred up. Mm-hmm. But Bubba, it's turned out it is explainable.
Well, let's let the music.
You want more of this?
Yeah, let it build.
This gets you kind of
in the mood.
You know, back when you could gather together in arenas, can you imagine hearing this song live and this intro starting? Yeah, what's the name of this artist again? I forgot.
Billy Thorpe.
Billy Thorpe, yeah. Is Billy Thorpe even alive? Is he still around? Does he ever go out and play Children of the Sun?
You know, I wonder. This is about all we ever heard out of Billy, wasn't it? I can't think of any other.
I can't either.
Do you think he's playing circuit?
I doubt it.
Yeah, probably not.
I haven't heard. I don't know. Maybe Billy Thorpe is playing this weekend somewhere. I don't know. Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
But Bubba, the word "you" unidentified flying object, I think we have to remove that on this one.
Yeah, I think we can identify this one, Rick.
It's now been identified. It's quite the intro, isn't it?
It is.
That's,
I like it.
That's your long one right there.
Kind of cool.
That's very cool.
What is it, Floridians? Down in Florida.
So what?
Turns out the UFO that set social media on fire over Florida Tuesday evening was actually a submarine-launched ballistic missile test that the Navy did out over the Atlantic. Given the sunset and given the height of the missile, and some hazy conditions provided for quite a light show.
Yeah, I bet it was something to see. So are the UFO people, I guess I'm always confused on the UFO people. When something goes from unidentified flying object to identified flying object,
right?
Are you glad?
Well, I think you should be because you've answered a question.
But do they get disappointed? Do some of you UFO people, do y'all want there to be alien beings that land from another planet onto our planet? Is that something you want? Do you want people, or you go, whew, thank goodness it's just a missile? Or do you go, darn, man, I thought this might have been the deal. You know, like
there's some sickos who probably
somebody land here from another world. You know, who knows what kind of weaponry they have, and maybe take us all slaves. I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed.
So Rick, you know, announcements have been made about this. They normally announce these several days in advance. They don't announce it months in advance,
right?
Because they don't want the spies to have too much time to get in position,
right?
The Trident II is a 3-stage solid propellant ICBM that is launched from a submarine, has a range of over 4,000 miles, according to the American Federation of Scientists. It's not a UFO, it's just a Triton II SLBM missile test off the Florida coast.
Okay, so it has
people had seen it from Florida all the way to the Bahamas.
So it has been identified. So stand down, UFOers.
How about? But I think it's just the infatuation of going, okay, do they? And I'm the first to see it. Look what's that.
Can I say
you think
this?
That's it?
Look, that's a good shot right there. Let me say this to you guys with zero hesitation, and I don't think I'll reach it. I don't think I'll get any opposition based on the world we're now living in. I can almost assure you that no matter how much explanation is given for this, there's people saying, that's hogwash. That's aliens from another being. You ain't going to tell me different. The earth is flat, too. And wait till March 4th. I mean, there's no matter how many times you say this is a missile that we were working on and we put out some, you might have missed our release on it. It has been explained. Yeah, well, that's what they want you to believe.
Yeah.
How about this?
And then before you know it, somebody's pastor will be sitting in the truck with the phone turned at him and said, now, they told us the other day this thing was a missile. But I'm not a prophet. But
I was told
by some people I know in the CIA.
You got a friend.
It's that this was actually alien beings. As a matter of fact, it's some sort of alien actually riding a rocket as if we would ride a horse.
The missile is actually developed by the U.S., but we have it in our submarines, and the Brits also have it. So they're saying they don't know if the launch came from a U.S. Navy submarine or from the British Royal Navy. You know, when you see a rocket take off, it's pretty impressive anyway. You see one come out of the ground, it's pretty impressive. But when you see one come out of the water, to me, that's one of the most stunning ones ever. You know, I mean, that thing pops up like a whale, and hey, here we go. Fire in the tail, you know.
I mean, if you believe that's what it really was.
Yeah.
So.
And
I love seeing that video of the underwater missiles firing.
And Paul Thorpe passed away in 2007.
Billy Thorpe.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Paul Thorne.
Rick,
It's Billy Thorpe.
Paul.
2009.
That answers our question. He's not touring.
Yeah, he will not play this weekend. If he is, it's a really big deal.
Yeah, you need to let us know.
It's most likely a hologram, and he'll probably
that's true.
The concert may start with a pep talk from Vince Lombardi. Did you find that Vince Lombardi thing Super Bowl to be kind of odd?
I did.
Somebody was creepy.
It did. It creeped me out too. I thought it was just me.
Here we go.
Let me ask you this.
I was with you.
They did the hologram, and I knew who it was supposed to be based on what he was wearing, but it didn't sound like him. Did they edit his voice together to make that?
Oh, I don't know.
Or was that an actor or something that did it?
I was with you. I felt like that it was kind of Vince Lombardi, but maybe a look-alike impressionist as well.
Rick, they're doing a kind of like Vince Lombardi. That's what
it felt like to me.
kind of sounds like him, kind of looks like him.
I didn't.
There's people that pretend to be.
I mean, it was okay. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, it ties into why they're there, the name of the trophy, all that stuff. But just in the clips I've heard of him in the past, to me, it didn't sound like him.
Maybe I'm a little different, but I'm always a little weirded out when somebody pretends that somebody I know that has died an earthly death, other than Jesus, and Lazarus, has been resurrected and is now up here talking to me. It feels weird to me.
Well, I mean, they might as well. For halftime, they should have had Ronnie James Dio. His hologram's on tour.
That's so good. That's good. The thing, I don't mind having it because it's kind of like history, and it's almost like a museum, but it's alive.
It's like the Hall of Presidents. At, Disney World.
No. I'm okay if we're looking at footage of him that we acknowledge was when he was alive. I get weirded out when we act like he's currently alive. That's where it gets to me a little bit. That's where it kind of comes apart for me.
I don't know.
Phone calls.
Did it look 3D?
It did a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll go phone calls coming back. 866 We Be Big. We got 10 lines available. We can chat with you, Harry Murdahl, ready to line up and ready to go. We'll come back.
Rick and Bubba.
crazy.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. And hopefully, if you're hearing us right now, you already receive some of the best proteins available on the planet, meats and seafood from butcherbox.com. If you don't, boy, it's a good time to make that move now, man. We love it. I know a lot of us have been at home a whole lot more over the last 10 to 11 months, and you've had to make some adjustments, but you've probably been preparing food at home a lot more, and ButcherBox really, really helps with that. ButcherBox.com/Bubba, but no matter what the situation, this is a great idea whether you're in a pandemic or not, because this is going to serve you well when things do get a little bit better, and we're hoping and praying that sooner than later. But boy, you will love the way they operate, too. Free-range organic chicken, heritage-bred pork, which is the best you've ever had, 100% grass-fed and grass-finished. We talked about that earlier, what that means. Fresh-caught seafood and like salmon and scallops, caught wild, which is fantastic. Plus, their website is loaded with many delicious recipes. I think you're going to love those, too. The whole family will, too. Sign up today at butcherbox.com/Bubba. Let's get this started for you. For a limited time, here's what we're going to do for you new members that say, I haven't done this before. Well, maybe this will motivate you. We'll give you 2 New York strip steaks, plus, I just mentioned their bacon, their pork, a pack of their delicious uncured bacon. You get that for free with whatever you decide to order. So go to butcherbox.com/Bubba. That's butcherbox.com/Bubba. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll find them right there under the sponsors button. Let's go to Tommy, Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. And if you want to get in, there's lines available for you as well. Go right ahead, Tommy.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, you're talking about UFOs and people wanting to actually see if they're aliens or not. There's a documentary that shows people actively trying to summon UFOs, basically doing seance. I think it's called Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind.
Are you sure about that, or was that maybe footage of Tom Brady's wife before the Super Bowl? No,
it's a pretty interesting show.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, sadly. And the problem is they may think they're going to summon a extraterrestrial being from another planet. Probably all they're pulling in is Haints, demonic forces. Yeah, so they'll experience something, but it won't be from outer space.
Yeah, like he walks through the door.
Yeah, I would think if you're really trying to contact alien beings, you would do it with high-powered radio transmitters.
Of course,
that would be probably the best way to do it.
Kind of like we've done the last 27 years.
Right, right. He's still out there floating around somewhere.
Weak,
but out there.
To Jimmy, Montgomery, Alabama, I-92. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, how you doing, Rick?
I'm good, man.
I'm calling to see if you've seen the Mike Lindell documentary and what do you think about it?
I have not. It has been sent to me a couple of times. I understand it's 2 hours long.
Who's got that?
And so I have not. I have not watched it. So I don't really have a comment because I haven't seen it.
Jimmy, have you seen Social Dilemma, that documentary?
I have not.
Okay.
Yeah, I would watch it as well.
That's the one that Helms
but
suggested to us. It's really good.
Yeah, but I haven't seen it. Have you seen it, Jimmy?
I have, and what it talks about is the voting machines.
Understood. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's it's very, very interesting, and it really starts you to thinking.
Well, I think most people were already started to thinking, that something might have gone wrong. The ability to prove it has been difficult for many reasons, and I acknowledge there are many reasons for that. So I'm not sure that I would see anything in the documentary that would surprise me, but I'm not really sure what to do about it because everything that's been attempted to do something about it has failed so far. But I'm glad that he's using his platform to, while we still can in this country, to present his case.
Yeah,
and so I'm
let his opinion be known.
I'm glad he's doing that. Let's go to Pensacola, but I haven't seen it. Anybody on the show seen it?
No.
Pensacola. I can't see your name, but it says something. Vaccine process is tough. Go right ahead.
This is John.
Hey, John.
In Pensacola. How y'all doing today?
We're good, John.
Good, John.
I'm a 20-year Air Force veteran, Vietnam up till 92.
Thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you.
I want the process to get this vaccine. I've been up since 5 o'clock. Now, this is the second time I've tried. Is mind-boggling. When I went to vote, it was walk in, walk out. Oh, okay, you got a card. You know.
Yeah, this is a little more complicated than that. Yeah, because the
I
vote.
don't understand. You know, it's just
Right. Well, the voting process we've been doing for a very, very long time.
And you don't have to supply a product other than a ballot to mark.
Trying to roll
You
out.
don't have to wait 20 minutes after you vote.
Trying to roll out a record-breaking researched vaccine that we've never administered before.
In the face of a worldwide pandemic.
In the face of a worldwide pandemic in 50 different states with 50 different governments and 50 different local and state and all that, it can be a mess. Some places are doing it better than others. Just like in our state, which has not done it very well, once our parents got connected with the right organization, it went really smooth for them. Yeah. But they said now the first attempt at it did not because it was kind of a cattle call. But then in the very same state, in just a different county, you can have a completely different experience.
Right. Yeah.
So there's just a lot of variables, and I'm sorry you're having a hard time. I really am. But hopefully it will smooth out, we hope. But it's kind of a – I think this is the part when you talked about this, let's roll this thing out in record-breaking time, which we applaud and we're fascinated by. But there's so many different levels that you have to think through. I think there's places where it's not going all that smooth. And
it's just not that simple to do. And, you know, we hate to, go back to fast food and on every example, but there's fast food restaurants that do it very good at the drive-thru, and there's some that are horrendous.
Yeah.
So you're just going to have different organizations with different people doing it different ways. So,
yeah.
But it's moving forward, and that's the positive. We got the infections dropping dramatically, deaths are dropping across the country, so that's all good.
Well, and then I think to Bubba's point, you also will see, like, let's take for instance the area that decided to get the drive-through guy over at Chick-fil-A, the manager, to organize theirs. Well, the private sector once again will always do a better job than the government. Yeah. Anytime the government is handed the responsibility of something, it's not going to run as smooth as when the private sector has it. So maybe these vaccines are getting more in the hands of the Walgreens, the CVS's, and the pharmacies. Maybe that will start going smoother.
Why do you think the private sector always handles things better than the government?
Well,
why do you think that?
Well, because the private sector is in a situation where they're trying to make a profit.
It's immediate. It's immediate. I had the word now. I can't think of what I want to say. Your immediate accountability.
Correct.
To what's going on. So you get rid of those that are not. You bring in and reward those that do.
See,
and that doesn't always happen on the government side.
No, that's what I was going to say. First of all, there's a profit to be made.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not taxpayer money's funding it. They actually have to make a profit or they don't exist. And I have the ability, somewhat, it's not as easy as it once was, to go over and say, hey, Larry, you're not getting the job done, so you're gone. I just had a new applicant that seems to do the job better than you. Trying to remove somebody from a government job, buddy, you better, hey, pack a lunch. You're going to be there a while. Yep. So there's more accountability.
And usually
there's a push. There's a push for a profit. There's gain to do it right and do it well. So that's why.
Think about this in a lot of government jobs, too. If a manager has an employee with a problem and they can't fire them, and they want them out of their area, out of what they're doing, what's their only choice to do? Promote them.
Right.
It's the only way you can get rid of them.
Right.
So look at how it ends up.
Just remember, and I forget the caller's name, who called from Pensacola.
John.
Just remember,
I think.
I want everybody to remember, if you're having a difficult time with the government part of the rollout of the vaccine, there's a party in power now that wants the government to run all of healthcare.
Yeah, everything
wow.
you get.
So everything we do,
Get you a look at that.
Everything we do will be like this. So put that chin strap on and walk out on the field. We'll come back. Phone calls are still available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Any story you might have missed this hour, we'll kind of scan over that too. But we want to hear from you, and you can take the show in the direction you want to when we continue at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls coming in at 866 We Be Big. Somebody say it. What do you see? Sing it, Speedy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, upcoming events. Excited about this next week. It is sold out. Heading to the land of News Talk 103.9, the Pursuit Men's Conference. Steve Farrar will be there. Rich Wingo, Brody Kroll. I'll be speaking as well. TheManChurch.com will have all of our resources there and ready to go. If you would like to plug in individually or as a church, we have whatever you need to have a true men's discipleship strategy. The 26th of February, Columbus, Mississippi, Fairview Baptist Church. The 27th, Eastern Hills Baptist Church. That'll be at the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center in downtown Montgomery, March 5th. True Grit Men's Conference, Gadsden, Alabama, March 7th. TheManChurch.com kicking off the first Man Church gathering at Crossroads Baptist Church in Warrior, Alabama, as they implement the entire strategy. March 12th, same thing happens down at Westview Baptist Church in Opp, Alabama. March 20th, no, that one's been canceled. I need to be sure that one's taken off. March 25th, Man Church at First Baptist Church, McGee, Mississippi. March 27th, Lindale, Georgia, at First Baptist Church. We'll have a kind of a low country boil there with the men. Then we'll implement the men's discipleship strategy. The 28th, I'll be speaking at Asheville, Alabama, at First Baptist Church. So that kind of gets us through February and March. There's a bunch of dates. Find the ones that are near you and participate if you want to by going to rickandbubba.com and checking upcoming events. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. To the phones we go. Kim is in Macon, Georgia. Kim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I love watching you on YouTube every morning.
Hey,
Kimmy! I got a question. I know all Demeterds are crazy. I'm the Demeter word. When all of this cancel culture was back in the late 80s, early 90s, how did it stop? How did we stop it? Did Reagan stop it? How did we stop it?
Well, we didn't have it. I don't recall having it.
No,
it didn't exist.
like this. It's grown. I think social media had a lot to do with it.
No doubt.
It's tolerance for opposing ideas has gone away directly with the rise of social media. And if you look at Social Dilemma, you'll probably see why.
Yeah, the technology has a lot to do with it, as Bubba said. There was a time you could disagree. You could even not even agree to disagree. But there was no, we remove you from society. You have the critical thinking was still alive and well, opposing view, commentary. We're getting to a point now where opposing views are not allowed, and whoever is the loudest or has the most power now stops any opposing view and cancels all critical thinking. And that's really not healthy for anyone, even if you're on the side that's getting your way. It's not healthy for you either. So let's go to Ed in Hoover.
And the fact that artificial intelligence are driving these algorithms now, they don't know when to cut it off, see. Right. That's the thing. They're just more, better, faster.
Yeah. 866 We Be Big. If you want to get in, there's room for you. Ed in Hoover, 1047 WZZK. Ed, go ahead. Ed.
Hey, guys. I always wanted to. I feel like Doc in the Back to the Future. I always want to do that. I just want to call and check on Speedy, make sure he's fine. I know y'all his physical. I was kind of worried about him. I thought he might have came down with the Joe Biden syndrome.
And what's the Joe Biden syndrome?
He forgets where he's at. He forgot. He thought he heard somebody he didn't hear.
Oh, okay.
Little funny man.
Yeah, he's got some testosterone trouble, but everything else.
You're just making stuff up.
Everything else seems to have turned out good.
Look, Burgess Brothers, I know y'all got something going on here.
Right, yeah. Look, I know you're distracted. You're watching Lindell's documentary. All right, so the
Speedy, why do you keep clearing the calendar for March 4th?
Yeah, what's that all about?
What's up with that?
I'm gonna get Ed back. I know who Ed is.
Joyce in Mountain Brook.
Looky.
Brookie checking in. Come on, Joyce.
Yes, sir. First of all, thank you. I adore y'all more than you can ever know.
Oh, thank you.
Secondly, my comment is regarding President Trump, and I did not see the testimony or the performance of his attorney. My comment is this, and it's a continual issue with our president, and I have his bumper sticker on my car. I'm a Trump girl. However, when you hire an attorney and they're going to represent you, 101 is they give you a run-through of their opening arguments. He's way too successful to have not, and maybe they told him something that they were going to do that they didn't. But consistently throughout his presidency, it seems to me he continued to shoot himself in the foot by hiring people that then didn't do what he expected them to do, which goes back to, I always question his hiring ability.
Well, Bubba said that.
With the attorney's performance, why didn't he already know what the opening arguments was going to be? I could see if he didn't respond properly because he didn't answer a question right. But opening arguments, he should have had that speech down, known it, approved it, etc. To not do that, if it did offend him, it's like, man, you got to do your own damage control a little bit. And I just don't understand how someone who operates at such a high level in so many regards fumbles at the baseline stuff.
Yeah, well, it goes back to the famous coach deal. After a few mistakes, it's your bad. Mm-hmm. After many mistakes, it's my bad that I keep putting you in that position. And it does appear that Trump gets rid of an awful lot of people that at one time he handpicked. And that does seem to be an odd trend. But so maybe he just doesn't do well in that area. Maybe he doesn't have good discernment when it comes to that particular thing. And maybe with the fact that he normally had been in the private sector, maybe in the public sector, in the government world, his discernment for people in those roles not as good as his discernment in the private sector, possibly. But you're right. It's kind of like the person that's
just
been
a little bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, the person that's been divorced for the seventh time. You're like, at this point, it might be you.
It might be you. I mean, it's it's possible it's not, but it might be you.
But
it's on the table.
In fairness to former President Trump, in fairness, I have had people that I thought were going to represent themselves better than they did. And privately, I felt really good about them. And then when it came game time, I was like, wow, didn't handle the pressure of the game as well as I thought they would. Wow, I didn't know they were going to say that. Or, I thought they would handle that better. Mm-hmm. So I've done that. I mean, it doesn't. I don't think it's been.
And even
I don't think it's happened a lot. But
even good guys have bad performances.
But she's making the point that there seems to be
running thing.
I gave somebody this responsibility. Now I think they're no good at it.
Right.
And you have to acknowledge that has kind of been a trend. To Jamie and Selma. Jamie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
We're great. Good.
Green Acres, they have monkey grass.
Thank you, buddy. Go ahead.
I started listening to you guys on election day last year.
Wow.
I just want to thank you guys for everything y'all do. You guys are definitely helping me turn my life around, and I certainly appreciate it.
Well, man, thank you. That's kind of you to call in and encourage us, and I'm thankful that you're with us, and I hope we get to spend a lot more time together going forward.
Starting tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, guys.
Press on, okay?
Bye-bye.
Keep on going. Thanks for being with us. Our time together is wrapping up for some of you. Others, you may have a little more Rick and Bubba today. To find out all the ways you can grab Rick and Bubba content, live or archived, just simply go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick